Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting for Hendersonville, Tennessee. It is November 12th. We are right at 7 p.m. and we are going to begin our meeting as we typically do. That's with a prayer and the pledge. And tonight we fortunately have with us Bishop Michael Boyd. He is with Rebuilding Lives Church that is on Walton Ferry Road. Bishop Boyd, we appreciate very much what you've already done for our community and for your congregation, and we welcome you and appreciate very much that you are here with us. So please lead us in prayer.
May we all bow our heads. Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus Christ, in your mighty and your matchless name we come at this time. You have blessed us with life, health, and strength on this day. We acknowledge and we worship you as the creator of the entire world, of heaven and earth. We thank you, Lord God, for all the constituency that is present in this meeting here tonight. We give you praise for our mayor. We thank you, Lord, for the vice mayor. We thank you, Lord, for all of the board and the staff and all of the men and women, Lord, that make up this community. We pray as we come together here tonight that you would move in the midst of us, Lord, with the power of your love, and that it would penetrate and flow within each of our hearts. And we pray that you would endow the leadership of the community, Lord, here, O Lord, with knowledge and with wisdom. We pray for your blessings upon us so that we might reflect you and that, Lord, we might be a blessing, Lord, to all people. O Lord, we pray that you would give us strength, give us courage, give us the unity that we need. Help us to be to your glory, your honor, and your praise. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord and our Savior. Amen. Amen.
So, Bishop Boyd, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And again, he's with Rebuilding Lives Church on Walton Ferry Road. Thank you for being us here and starting our meeting for us. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I'm going to entertain a motion that we accept the agenda that was provided to you in your packets. We have a motion from Alderman Waters and a second from somebody else down there, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tonight we have, I know that we have some folks that live in the county here, but we don't always know where the addresses are when they cite their address at the podium. Could I make a motion to ask folks as they speak tonight to tell us if you live in the city or not?
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second from Alderman Goodwin. Any discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're back on the main motion of approving the agenda. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. On tonight's agenda, we have Resolution 2024-43, which is the Drakes Creek Roundabout project, located at the juncture of Drakes Creek Road,
I meant to see that.
and a bunch of other roads up in Ward 6. And this resolution, I believe, I would love to get it in front of Public Works in 2 weeks and have them see it. I know it went to general tonight, but I'd really like to see what Public Works has to say about it as well. So I would like to postpone this until our next meeting and let Public Works get their hands on it first. So I so move.
So we have a motion and a second from Alderman Bergdorf to remove this until after it's being considered by Public Works. Alderman Skidmore, do you want to comment on that?
I can, sure.
Okay.
Hold on just a second, let me get.
I can go to somebody else first if you want me to.
Do that and
Okay.
let me hear other comments, but I do want to, I'd like to comment on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Alderman Collins.
I would like to ask either Jesse or Sarah or both how postponing by 2 weeks would impact the ARPA funds. Bottom line,
Yeah, every day is important. So it's another day. This, there was an ordinance 2020-31 which appropriated the funds to Drake's Creek Roundabout, which did go through Public Works and was previously approved.
Thank you. Alderman Collins, anything else?
no.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Yeah, this matter has been before the Public Works Committee numerous times. We've asked numerous questions about it. It's been before the Capital Projects Committee, which all of the chairmans, including Public Works Chairman, is on. And so this issue has been vetted, I believe, throughout BOMA ad nauseum. And so I think I would like for us to move forward and take a vote up and down. And at the appropriate time, members of Public Works Committee can ask questions. But we've got a number of people in the audience that's here. Let's not make them come back. Let's deal with this issue tonight and put some resolution on this issue once and for all. So I can't support the motion. I think we need to move forward because we've already, the roundabout has been discussed by BOMA for probably close to a year and a half, maybe over a year and a half. So, and it's been on the agenda numerous times. It's been noticed numerous times in the newspaper, Capital Projects Committee and the agendas. And so I can see no reason to delay. Let's move forward and let these people go home.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
I want to support the motion. I do think that this is, can seem a little rushed. But if we do move forward tonight and discuss it, there's no way it could go back to Public Works, right?
The board would have the option, well, this is a resolution, so it's considered one time. If somebody would like to bring up a separate resolution or separate ordinance in the future, they're very welcome to do it. Or this one could actually be reconsidered at a future time, too.
Well, I want discussion tonight. It's time. So I guess I can't support it either.
Okay. Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. As I look at ordinance 2020-31.
Alderman Waters, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the person who made the motion has offered to withdraw it.
Pardon me?
The person who made the motion to defer this has offered to withdraw the motion.
Withdraw it?
Yes.
Okay.
So the person who seconded it, Alderman Bergdorf, are you okay with that?
Who made the motion?
Alderman Sassy did.
To withdraw. To withdraw?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're back on the main motion to approve the agenda. I do want you to notice that we do have the italicized wording down there that we do need to waive the 2-week rule. And I'm going to ask for specific motion to do that, to waive the 2-week rule to include this on the agenda.
So moved.
Alderman Collins makes a motion and a second from Alderman Goodwin.
Robertson.
Alderman Robertson. Alderman Sassy, still have your light on. Did you want to speak on this? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Along with that, at the same time, could we also move it up? We have a lot of people here to speak on it who want to hear this and get it finalized. It's also going to take a lot of time, so I would offer or suggest that we move it also up to number 1, if we could combine those two together.
Let's see, who made the motion? Just a second ago. Alderman Collins, would you want to include in your motion that we move it up to item number 1 under ordinances and resolutions?
Yes.
Okay, so she agrees. Alderman Robertson, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll third that.
Okay. So what we're doing is we are acknowledging the 2-week rule, and we're going to move this item number 4 to become item number 1, and everything else just falls down in sequence. If that passes. Any other discussion on waiving the 2-week rule and moving that up to number 1? All those in favor of doing so, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're back on the main motion of the agenda. I'm going to turn off everybody's microphones. There we go. Alderman Waters, go ahead. Okay, sorry about that. Does anybody wish to speak on the main motion to approve the agenda? So where we are right now, we've changed this. We've changed this twice. One is that we are asking citizens during citizen comments to tell us if they live inside the city limits or not. And then we've also acknowledged the 2-week rule for item number 4 and changed that to item number 1. All those in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we are on to presentations, and I get to do a couple of cool things right now. I'll be right back. Bring everybody? Let's bring everybody. So this is Ed Leonard, and he called me about a month ago. And I sort of knew what was going on, but I appreciate the fact that he and his family maybe helped me understand a little bit more. And let me read something for you. Whereas Dorothy Dottie Leonard Miller was born in 1945 and became a beloved member of the Hendersonville community, known for her deep Christian faith and her incredible talent as a local artist, and whereas Dottie was the CEO and founder of Hendersonville-based companies Daywind Music Group and New Day Christian Distributors, whereas throughout her life, Dottie used her art to express her devotion to her faith, inspiring countless individuals through her creativity and dedication, while uplifting the community with her positive spirit and tireless support of her fellow artists. And whereas Dottie's artwork became a hallmark of our local culture, combining her love of God with her passion for the arts, leading to her becoming an influential figure not only in the Hendersonville art scene, but also as a Christian role model. And whereas in addition to her artistic accomplishments, Dottie contributed generously to the community, sharing her time and talent to mentor young artists, serve in various church activities, and support charitable causes, embodying the values of kindness, service, and grace. And whereas Dottie's presence and contributions enriched the lives of many, and her passing at the age of 79 marks the loss of a treasured member of our community. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee, do hereby extend my heartfelt condolences to the family of Dorothy Dottie Leonard Miller, and join with all our citizens in celebrating her life and lasting impact in the community. And this is her son, Ed. Ed, will you say a little bit for us?
Sure. Thank you. Mayor Clary, Alderman, thank you so much for commemorating the life of my mom tonight. This is my sister Susan, our mom. And seated behind us are many employees of New Day Christian Distributors, Daywind Records, and Billy Blue Records. My mom moved us here in 1972. My dad got transferred from Wilmington, Delaware, worked for the DuPont Company, and after their divorce a few years later, she started a series of businesses in the city of Hendersonville. And from time to time, the number of employees have ranged from 50 to over 100 people. And we have, she has spread through her vision and her investment and her work, the gospel of Jesus Christ throughout the world with the products that she's created, the artists she's supported, the Christian bookstores and the products that get sold in them. She's just done a phenomenal job throughout her life spreading the gospel. But we couldn't have done it without the city of Hendersonville. She started her business here. She continued it for 43 years, all in the city of Hendersonville. Our offices are still located on Chivel Drive, and we are very appreciative of the city itself, but also the people who live here, who have come to work for our companies, and we pledge to do our best to move it forward and stand on her shoulders and continue to do the great work of spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ through music and Christ-centered products. And thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Tina Lee here. Tina, have you ever stood at this podium? Okay. Tina's last day is Friday. So let me read something for you. Whereas Tina Lee began part-time work for the Hendersonville Star-News in 1998 and became a full-time staffer in 2008. Whereas Tina Lee moved to the Hendersonville Standard in 2016, where she continued through 2024 covering city government, Sumner County government, and the Hendersonville community. And whereas Tina Lee has sat through more than 3,000 city and county meetings, and likely has written more than 4,000 articles for 3 newspapers, whereas Tina has earned dozens of honors for her work from the Tennessee Press Association, including 24 first-place awards for news reporting, that's almost 1 per year, investigative reporting, editorial writing, breaking news coverage, and best personal column. Whereas in 2019, Tina and the editorial staff of the Hendersonville Standard earned the Tennessee Press Association's General Excellence Award, the state's top honor for newspapers with circulations between 5,000 and 15,000. Whereas Tina has performed an enormous public service to the people of Hendersonville through a lifelong devotion to reporting with integrity. Whereas Tina has served as our community's historian, chronicling the triumphs, tragedies, tornadoes, and trials of Hendersonville residents. Whereas Tina's interviews of country music legends, sports icons, and world-renowned artists highlighted the city's broader role on the world stage. Whereas Tina built on her daily work to write a book, Southern Music Icons of Hendersonville, Tennessee, in which she provides the best source for Hendersonville's central role in global music. Whereas Tina has demonstrated the ability to hold government officials accountable and an unwavering commitment to the people of Hendersonville while living in close proximity to her subjects. Whereas Tina has shown tireless devotion to uncovering the truth and informing the public on a variety of important issues, improving the livability of Hendersonville. Whereas Tina's work will be treasured by generations to come. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, Tennessee, do proclaim our gratitude and appreciation to Tina Lee and urge all citizens of Hendersonville to join us in honoring her for her hard work, dedication, and service to all the residents of this community. Thank you, Tina. You want to say anything? Thank you. That's yours. We have no public hearings. I'm going to entertain a motion that we approve the minutes that were provided to you in your packet from October 22nd. We have a motion from Alderman Bergdorf, a second from Alderman Sassy. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes that were provided, do you please say aye? Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Alderman Robertson, do you want to speak on this item? Or the next item? Okay. That passes unanimously. Next, we have citizen comments. Alderman Robertson, do you have a point of order for us?
To take just a couple of minutes break so the people could leave.
Oh, okay. I just won't talk for a minute, okay?
Just let,
okay.
Yeah. They don't want to stay around and.
You want to read the rules? You want to read the rules? No, I do. Isn't this fun being up here?
It's a different perspective, that's for sure.
I'm going to go ahead and read the rules for citizen comments. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address. Public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per person, which time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, not to aldermen, city staff, or other members of the public. They're to be directed to me. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Let me say that again. Comments must discuss issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures. This is very important. But the motives of those with differing views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. couple weeks ago, I had to interrupt a couple speakers, and that was the reason, was that they were questioning the motives of other folks. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office shall not be allowed. Our first person is Mary Janung of Lock 4 Road, Gallatin. Mary, that is outside Hendersonville, isn't it? By a little ways.
My name is Mary Janung. I live at 1100 Lock 4 Road in Gallatin, Tennessee. I live in Sumner County. I'm here because I had a great deal of concern about the resolution 2024-43 regarding eminent domain. I know that I don't live in the city of Hendersonville, and I normally don't meddle in your business. I'd like to, but I don't. But what I'm concerned about is the fact of eminent domain. Eminent domain is always the government taking someone else's property for their use. And in my opinion, as I heard this when I was at the commission, I heard the proposal that was made, and I felt at the time that it was made that it was very, it was poorly thought out, because it didn't make sense to me, because there were other options, but they hadn't been considered. And the residents seemed to be very concerned of the fact that they were going to be taking a great deal of their property to put a roundabout in their premises. I have dealt with that myself, eminent domain, with the city of Gallatin, and it is stressful. It's very stressful to know that a government body can take your property and actually lower the value of your property in different situations. Eminent domain should never be used for the use of personal gain by a body of government. People buy their property and they have dreams of the way they want to live. You know, you buy a home and you think, oh, wow, you know, I'm going to live the rest of my life here. And then somebody decides, because of planning years ago or whichever, it wasn't good enough, and now you have a traffic problem. And so I believe that this isn't the right way to do it. You really need to, I would love for you to listen to your constituents. We often don't get that in Gallatin. So I will hope that you will do that, because eminent domain is, in my opinion, serious government overreach. And I know that, you know, I listened to the prior meeting you had. I don't know what the name of it is, but I listened to you all discussing that, and they were talking about the traffic study. And I'm very skeptical of traffic studies, because a lot of times they're done by the developer and they have their own way of doing things. And they don't consider, it's the time of day, it's how many cars, the weather, things like that. And if it was me and I was standing on my porch and traffic was coming, and traffic's been going, and it's been going on for a long time, I don't know accident reports, I don't know how much safety issues you have, but I actually think that this could be deferred or not done. Because if you really think about it, if you have to take someone's land because you poorly planned, then that isn't a good idea. And I would really, I personally, and this, I'm speaking only for myself, if this does come back to the commission, I will not vote for it. I didn't like what I heard the last time, and it bothered me. It really bothered me what I heard. And the folks that were, and I heard other people talking about things, and it really bothered me too. So I would encourage you to not do this, and to think of a better way to get your traffic under control. And that's all I have to say. And I thank you for the opportunity. I've never been in your beautiful city building. It's beautiful. And you used to be up behind McDonald's, and I never was there either. So I just knew where it was. But you have a beautiful building, and I appreciate your time, because you are servants of the people, and we all know that that's hard. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your service, and God bless America. We have a wonderful country, we live in a wonderful state, and we live in a beautiful county, and you have a beautiful city, and I'm proud of you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Next, we have Mark Evans of Drakes Creek Road. Mark, you're inside, well, obviously.
Good evening. My name is Mark Evans. I live at 1567 Drakes Creek Road. That is in the city limits. I've lived in Durham Farms for almost 7 years, and I've been a proponent of the roundabout since we moved in. That was long before traffic has gotten to the point it is now. And as you know, as the project is presented today, it's fully funded as long as we start and end the project on time. As I went door to door in Ward 6 during my campaign, the roundabout was the #1 issue for residents in Autumn Creek and Durham Farms, but it was also important to the Drakes Point community and all the other neighborhoods around that area as well. And many of those are not within the city limits. First of all, I want to thank those who've worked hard and tirelessly on this, the mayor, Mr. Roberson, Mr. Eckenroth, Ms. Locke, and all the professionals who have put their time into this and have contributed to the work on this project. They've done their due diligence in finding the best solution for this problem. They've not come to this decision lightly. They've looked at everything. They've considered other options. They've talked with the residents, not only the residents that are their property is affected, but also the residents that use this. And yes, it is almost 9,000 cars that go through it there every day. And they've considered all possible scenarios, in my opinion, and it's time for us to move this along and move forward on this. While there are some residents who don't want this to move forward for various reasons, the majority of our constituents in Ward 6 in that area know the need of this roundabout. I stood out at this intersection for an hour and a half last Wednesday and saw probably hundreds, almost 1,000 cars that came through there in an hour and a half. I witnessed close calls, trucks that had to turn, when they were turning on to Anderson, they had to pull out into the ongoing traffic just so they could make the turn. Cars had to back up just to let trucks turn. I saw buses doing the same. I saw cars pulling out of Avon onto Drakes Point or Drakes Creek having to do the same thing. So a lot of cars were trying to make turns and pulling out into the ongoing traffic just to make those turns. It was very dangerous, and while I was standing out there, I kept thinking I'm going to get hit, but thankfully I didn't. I support this because it's the right thing to do, and it will make our city and our residents safer. Thank you.
Mark, thank you. Andrea Stilgenbauer, Norman Way. Andrea, are you inside or outside the city limits?
Inside the city limits. We have a document that's being handed around. Would you like me to start speaking or wait until that makes it across?
Need you to go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Stilgenbauer, and I live in Norman Creek, and I'm also an attorney here in Hendersonville. Want to talk to you guys about a plan that has been proposed for Norman Creek Phase 3. Specifically want to go back to 2006. This is the first time you see a preliminary plan put in place for Norman Creek. It's important to know that this is the only time you see Norman Creek Phase 3. It's a number of years, in fact, 2016, before Pulte submits their updated PDP. And at that time, they reduced the number of homes. Originally, the lots were supposed to be 194, and their new plan decreased it down to 92. At that time, they didn't say, this is our plan for Norman Creek Phase 1 and 2, leaving Phase 3 out. They were very specific, saying this is the development that we are proposing for Norman Creek. In 2007, Pulte was given final approval. Again, that final approval does not show anything about Phase 3. They had intended for Phase 3, they would have expressly stated that within that final approval. At this time, the new developer is going back to that 2006 PDP and saying that it establishes by right entitlement to build out Phase 3 of Norman Creek. At this time, they are past any vesting period that they would have to develop that new phase of Norman Creek. It's clear that it was never intended to be developed past that 2006 preliminary development plan. If you look at Tennessee code, they are outside of the vesting periods. There's different vesting periods for different types of properties. The shortest one being 3 years. Going back to 2006, there was actually one that was for 1 year. Depending on the number of phases, you can increase that up to 15 years. We're here 18 years later, looking back through all of these plans, and at no point do we see anything for Norman Creek Phase 3. Vesting periods are extremely important because it gives the developers rights to try to complete their project as the laws, codes, regulations are changing. It protects people and builders from having to come back to the drawing board every single time something changes. What it's not intended to do is give developers the right to go back 18 years to say that we are automatically entitled to use that plan. The intent of that plan was clear in 2016 when they changed the plans for the neighborhood, and even more clear in 2017 when they submit the final development plan for Norman Creek, which was approved and which was acted upon by Pulte. We live in that beautiful community now, and it is the 92 homes that were established in that final development plan. As we sit here today, the developer has not started anything in Phase 3. They haven't even bought the land that they are proposing this new phase would go on. They have not relied on any action, taken any action in order to develop Phase 3. They did not seek out any additional permits, any additional plans, or take any substantial action to move forward with this phase. We're here 18 years later saying, in 2006 we said it was okay, and that's all we have to rely upon. At this time, we have a community of people who do not want our neighborhood to be multiplied and add 32 additional homes that were not in the plan, that were not discussed, and are not a part of our community. We believe that it is clear that Phase 3 is not a part of Norman Creek, and we would ask you to take that into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you. Scott Thomas, Norman Way.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Thomas. I live in Hendersonville in the Norman Creek subdivision. And I'm also the president of the Norman Creek HOA. Aristotle said the person of noble character must care more for truth than for what people think. My dad used to say it this way: if everybody jumps off the bridge, are you going to follow them? So I appeal to you tonight to value truth and justice over quick solutions, which is what this appears to be. Expediency, in my evaluation, has too often ignored truth and ended up in compromise. Pulte never intended to include the 3 phases to Norman Creek. That's the truth. If you look on the last page of your handout, the bylaws and declaration of covenant and conditions and restrictions that was first recorded in 2018, it states, within 4 months after 100% of the home sites contemplated by the master plan, it will be conveyed to persons other than the builders. And Pulte quitclaimed the deed to us, the Norman Creek HOA, for $1 on July 30, 2024, and recorded it in Sumner County on August 16 of 24. So Norman Creek was 100% completed with phases 1 and 2. And it may have included an idea, a dream, for a preliminary thought about phase 3, but that went away and it expired, quite frankly, according to your rules. just because everybody's saying it doesn't make it true. No extensions were filed for Phase 3, only for, you'll see, Phase 2A, 2B, and 2C, none for Phase 3. On October 14, after the Planning Commission voted unanimously on October 1, one of the representatives from the Castle Rock community, a vice president of development, emailed our associate asking to become a part of Norman Creek and annexing their 32 homes into us. Now, we're not opposing Castle Rock. We're not opposing going forward in progress. What we are opposed to is untruth, injustice, and sidestepping of your very rules that are set in place so that there's not anarchy and tyranny around us. And we're opposing expediency over truth. In this case, Kierkegaard is right where he said, the crowd is untruth. The Planning Commission, October 1, pushed an expedited PDP through without seriously considering that the PDP of 2006 did not receive final subdivision plat approval by the Planning Commission and is therefore, according to your documents, null and void. And so if there can be producing of extensions to that original Phase 3 2006 PDP, we will thank you for your time and leave. But if not, and again, we're not opposed to it, we just want Castle Rock to go back and properly go through an initial, go back to the PDP and presenting that in the appropriate way. So I appeal to someone to stand up, to speak up for injustice, speak up for what is right and fair and proper, and govern accordingly so that we can live in this beautiful city that we all love. Thank you very much.
Scott, thank you. I think it's Brian DeMay. Hey, Brian, I'm going to ask you to tell us what street you live on because I can't read it.
I apologize, Lefty, who worked a lot of time in the restaurant industry. I'm Brian DeMoy. I reside at 146 Macy Drive. Like my neighbors said, when you go back through the timeline on the presentation that I passed out, there was a PDP that was presented in 2006. That PDP never went to final. We know it never went to final because Mr. Mr. Free said so in on the October 8th, 24 General Committee meeting, where he said that the 06 PDP never went to final development. According to the laws and the subdivision regulations, according to Sumner County, that PDP becomes null and void and expired after vesting. That's why in 2016, Pulte stepped forward and submitted an adjustment. That adjustment clearly states that that Norman Creek would be a 92-home community, and it adjusted the original from 194 to 92. That went to final, and that received the final development plan, which also shows that it is a roundabout, or a, roundabout, that's a tough subject. Sorry. Don't want to open that can of worms. All right, no, it is a cul-de-sac on both Keats Court and at the end of Macy Drive. That is the final development plan. According to the Sumner County subdivision regulations, the final development plan is the plan of record. So if you have an 06 plan that is presented, but then nothing happens for 10 years, according to the regulations, it is now null and void. That is why they had to present their new PDP to get that approved, to then go to a final plan to get that approved. And nowhere on the plan of record does it ever show that that land was going to be taken. We also know that it's not on there because it shows it on the map. It shows that they're not going to use that land that they're referring to. It also shows that in 2019, when there was an annexation of Baird Farms, and it shows the map of what Baird Farms will be. It's in the presentation as well. It has Norman Creek development site on the map, but it doesn't include the land they're referring to. So if it was always going to be in there, also according to the subdivision regulations, they have to put that in the final development plan to say at future use, this will be done later. This will be done at a certain time. That never happened. they also they have to keep submitting extensions for that vesting period. So that's why Pulte did it, and they extended for phase 1, which it clearly states that there are 55 single homes in phase 1, and there are 37 single-family homes in phase 2. I'm a public school kid, but 37, 55, or 92, not 124. So that's why they keep extending. And again, as our neighbor pointed out, that land was never sold. It still is owned by the Norman family. So if this was supposed to be part of a future phase 3, again, according to the subdivision regulations, the land would have had to have been bought, much like the land that Norman Creek sits on currently was bought, and there's an example that shows that the details were transferred. In January 1, it was shown that it was owned by Pulte Homes and then transferred to the Norman Creek HOA, which again, according to the bylaws of our neighborhood, we have to be at 100% completion before they hand the neighborhood over. So, based on all the regulations and what the law states, what they're presenting is omitting information. They're stating that this 06 plan is the plan of record. That they state that in 06, we got approval on this. According to the laws, that is irrelevant. That 06 plan is void. It has expired. So they can't just go back to 2006 and say, there was eventually going to become. But then no one did anything with it. That's why it expired. That's why Pulte submitted theirs. That's why the 2017 final development plan is the plan of record and not this 06 PDP. So again, it can't be Norman Creek. So we asked the board, based on all the laws, that it can't be Norman Creek Phase 3 because there never was a Phase 3. And the only time you will ever see a final development plan that shows Norman Creek Phase 3 is tonight, on the document that they're presenting to you tonight. It's the only place it exists. And if they want to say that they can change that final development plan, I would like for them to present where it states that they can do that. So we ask you to abide by the rules and vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Brian, thank you. It's either Jordan or Jolene Betterly, 408 Norman Way.
Hello, my name is Jolene Betterly. I reside at 410 Norman Way within the city limits. I thank you all for your time today and appreciate your consideration in this matter. I think my neighbors have done a very good job at explaining the details that you all have in front of you. So I will not really belabor the point beyond what they've done. And I just really ask that you consider the facts that have been presented and ask, you know, where is it stated that a 2006 primary or preliminary development plan can be extended beyond a vesting period that they're asking to do today. Like I said, I think there's several other points, but to not belabor it, I just appreciate your time today in considering this.
Jolene, thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Charlene Allmiller, Rule and Circle.
Good evening. I'm Charlene Allmiller, and I live in the city limits. I live in Ward 4. I am here to speak about the Roundabout. I've heard it said many times that Hendersonville has never used eminent domain authority to take property. And I do think this is a good project, but I am not supportive of it right now because the public has not been given enough information to know if the government truly has done everything that it could to obtain the property from willing sellers. And if you have done everything you could, why are you not showing the public what you have done? I know you have talked about that you have been working on this for 1.5 years to 2 years, but duration does not correlate with effort. Surely you have been busy with many other things, so I am not going to make the presumption that you have been negotiating with these specific property owners. Frequency of meeting with property owners to discuss their concerns, that would be a window into the effort that has been done on this project. Offers and the basis of those offers and counteroffers would help us, the public, gauge the effort that has been put into this. I agree that due diligence has occurred on the actual design of the project. But if you have done your due diligence, it should be open to the public so we can evaluate whether you have done a reasonable effort. This resolution is seeking a commitment for White House Utility District. Does this mean that if the city will have to pay for it, if it doesn't get all the approvals necessary in time? Will the city have to pay for the amount that ARPA does not cover if we don't get it done in time? I know you have done a lot of planning, but what if the city's eminent domain attempts are challenged and delayed? What if a court finds you have done the process wrong? Most importantly, why are you shutting out the public from examining the due diligence if you have done everything correctly? I first asked for the offers and appraisals on September 13th. It was finally accepted on September 18th whenever I had to come here and physically deliver it. A month later, after my request, it was denied because of attorney-client privilege. I explained in 2 follow-up emails that attorney-client privilege does not apply whenever you have already disclosed that information to a third party, which would have been the seller in this case. I can appreciate that negotiations for acquisition should be confidential so as to not disadvantage the buyer, which would be here, the city, from being able to negotiate. Eminent domain is not a negotiation. This resolution is telling the property owners how much it will pay, no negotiation. It's not take it or leave it, it's take it. And we are going to take your property. And you are approving the use of a sledgehammer tonight without a shred of information available to the public as to how much this land is valued at. If the value of the land is so certain and unambiguous, then that support making it visible to the public as well, since there should be no question that the value is correct. This roundabout is a good end, but the means that you are taking to get to it is wrong. I expect you to do better. You are taxing 5 people for the benefit of this roundabout and not even showing the public how much you are taking from them. It is morally and ethically wrong to do this to the property owners behind closed doors. If you are proud of what you are doing, at least show the public what you are doing. Thank you.
Charlene, thank you. Lindsay Steen, Herman Harrison Road.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Steen. I live on Herman Harrison. It's county. I'm in the county. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and share my experience. And thank you, Mayor Clary, for giving me direction on how to approach these issues and listening to everybody speak about dishonesty and deceptive. I'm just going to stick to the issue of communication. It sounds like this roundabout project is going to go forward. I want you all to be aware of my experience with the city of Hendersonville. I'm a single mother. I've recently found out that the funds to be used for this roundabout, the ARP funds, could have been used to help single mothers with heat and air and windows. I can't think of a more deserving demographic. In my experience, it was about this time last year, an agent operating on behalf of the city approached me with an offer, and he told me I would have a check in hand in 6 to 8 weeks. My son is serving in the U.S. Navy, and I couldn't think of a better way to go visit him at Christmas with those funds. Here I sit a year later, and I have not been paid. I began reaching out to the city and their representatives in March. My attorney, on behalf of my mortgage company, provided all the documents required. The emails between the city representative promising payment for the acquisition fees confirmed an overnight delivery of what the city requested. Shortly after the city received the release of my property, they're holding my property in their hands because the acquisition, my mortgage company's acquisitions paralegal says she does this all day, every day. She trusted that the city representatives would act on good faith, that they are held to a higher standard and they would do what they said they would do. After receiving what the city needed, the email ceased. Every 2 weeks to a month, the paralegal would reach out, hey, just waiting for that payment. Hey, what's the status on that? What's going on? Nothing. Crickets. Once they got what they wanted, no payment was fulfilled. So I started questioning and sharing my experience with the mortgage company and with other legal counsel, and they explained to me this is not how an acquisition is done. Furthermore, in working with the mortgage company, one of the holdups was they were trying to spare me the acquisition fee. The representative from the city said, their fee's awful high, and I would hate for you to have to pay that and for it to come out of your funds, is what I was told. And the paralegal said, I do this all day, every day, and the person acquiring the property pays the fees. But I trusted my representatives. I trusted that the people operating at this level operated with integrity and were held to a higher standard. But that has not been my experience. Because of this experience, I don't feel comfortable going forward with the roundabout. Seeing all the new developments, I've seen flooding in other areas. I've seen landscapes crumble. Unexpected things happened. And their remedy for it, the builder's remedy for it, in my opinion, looks unsightly. And knowing that the city wants to lease a large part of my property for the construction, I'm concerned about flooding and damage to my property. And I want to make sure that their communication is open, where my concerns will be addressed, and not once they've obtained what they wanted, I'm left high and dry.
Lindsay, 30 seconds.
And that is all.
Thank you. Charles Kimbrough Jr., Anderson Road.
And I'm in the county, not the city. The Drakes Creek Roundabout and eminent domain. Looks like this is the path that the city's chosen to take. City of Hendersonville has never used eminent domain as a solution. My father was the third mayor of Hendersonville, and I happen to know they had a policy of not suing their neighbors. Imagine that. They found a way to work out their issues, and they certainly didn't cause financial harm to their citizens. And now I get to my objections about the roundabout. The real problem is too many cars on Drakes Creek Road, not just an odd intersection created by the city. The roundabout is not going to fix the problem with Drakes Creek Road, which is too many cars. Great, we'll have 11,000, 10,000 cars going around in a circle. Fantastic. You know, and I know a lot of your constituents are going to be happy because they have this nice new shiny roundabout. So the problem was addressed. No, that's ridiculous. That's not going to fix the problem. Let's fix the problem. You kicked the can down the road far enough. Been messing around with this for, you say, a year and a half when the plans called for it 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Why are you waiting till the last minute to do this now? I don't understand. It was stated earlier that this subject has been vetted by all kinds of committees and run through there, and everybody has done their due diligence. Then why wasn't it placed on BOMA's agenda, cases stated, and voted on?
Hey, Charles, I'm going to stop you there. So one of the rules here is let me read it again.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. The motives of those with different views shall not be questioned. That question right there, I feel like, is questioning our motivations. Okay. I'm going to let you go on.
What's that? Okay. Well, I don't understand. It seems like there are standard procedures that was laid out for our government to follow, and it doesn't appear that they are being followed properly, including going, 3 or 4 times in Gallatin at the county commission. We tried to sneak it onto the agenda or get somebody to place it on the agenda, and that didn't work. Like I said, if it's such a great safety thing, such a great project, put it on the agenda, make the case. Simple as that. If it's not, the safety issue, I don't think is a real issue there for that many cars and the amount of wrecks that have
Okay,
happened.
Charles, you're now
Yes.
questioning that it's a safety issue.
What's that?
You're now questioning it's a safety issue. You're questioning our motives again. So I'm gonna give you one more chance, but one more time, and I'm gonna have to stop you, okay? Don't question our motives. Go ahead.
I'm not allowed to question why you guys disagree with me, or I disagree with you. I'm not calling you bad people. That's not what's happening here. I'm trying to get answers, but okay, let's get to the bottom line. That may be, but if you guys are gonna come and take my property, you can't harm people financially for this. I don't understand how that's even possible. I do not understand, and I don't even want to talk about this because I don't want it to be about money. But if you're going to force me into it, I have to protect my family and our financial well-being. And you guys have talked about money for the little bit of property that you need and the construction access, and that's fine. But when my house drops in value, $50,000, $100,000, $200,000, who's going to write that check? I don't see anybody stepping up to write that check. And the realtors we've talked to acknowledge that we are going to lose substantially. Who wants to buy a house with a roundabout in the front yard? Are you guys going to write me a check? I don't think so. And I'd much prefer you keep your money and you just go away. That would be great. I don't want your money. I really don't. But if you force me to take it, I need to be compensated appropriately for the devaluation of my property that you're going to cause, because you are. And I haven't been able to say half of what I wanted to say, but I can tell you one thing. Nobody that has spoken for this project has any skin in the game. Nobody that supported it has any skin in it. They don't stand to lose that thing. Nothing. And like I said, it's not my property as much as that I'm worrying about. It's when I go to sell my house and you're kidding me, I'm getting that? Seriously? I've worked hard for that house. And now, of course, we're going to have to move. But if you pass this resolution, you will be just greasing the way, clear path to cause financial harm to a member of your community.
Charles, 30 seconds.
Just know that. And like I said, if one of y'all want to write a check, that's great. I don't think it's going to happen. But if you have to stop and think whether this is right or this has even been handled right, that little twinge, you're going, there's your answer. It hasn't been handled right. This is not right. That's all I'm allowed to say tonight.
Okay, thank you. Kara Kimbrough, Anderson Road.
I'm Kara Kimbrough, Charles Kimbrough Jr.'s wife, Charles Kimbrough Sr.'s daughter-in-law, since that's important apparently. Before we get started, there was an error in the last committee. In the general committee, Mr. Waters made a motion of no decision to pass to BOMA, but when Chairman Peters restated it, he said that the motion was for a positive recommendation for discussion, which is incorrect. It was a no decision. That probably needs to be corrected on the record. My name is Kara Kimbrough, and I live at 1004 Anderson Road in Hendersonville. I'm in the county, not the city. We are lifelong residents of Sumner County. The city of Hendersonville wants to condemn my property for a roundabout. Our family moved to this country road in the spring of 2002. We determined it was a good place to raise our 3 sons. In the tornado of April 7, 2006, I was home alone and was buried in the rubble of my home. The debris of my home was scooped up and put in a dumpster. Due to the location, our large lot, plus the country feel of the area, our family decided to rebuild a home on that lot. My tornado injuries were fairly extensive and included a fractured sternum. I spent a year unable to lift anything heavier than a coffee cup. I spent that first year of my recovery making decisions and choices for the building of our new dream home. That was intended to be our forever home. This roundabout threatens the home that I love. I'm not sure I even want to live here anymore. I doubt many people really know what's going on here or who's affected. I'm a tornado survivor who rebuilt her home on property that our family already owned. Mrs. O'Leah, our neighbor, is an elderly woman living in a multi-generational home with her son Phil and his wife and their adorable granddaughter. Lindsay Steen is a single mother with 3 children, 2 of those still living in her home. She's been our neighbor for 14 years, she and her children. None of these families want to have their homes or properties devalued with a roundabout in their front yards, and certainly not for a project that doesn't address the real problem, traffic. A lot of people say they like the idea of a roundabout, but they readily admit that nobody wants it in their front yard. We've asked a lot of people, the city, how this will really help. We were originally told it was for traffic, then they said it was for safety. Now they say it slows people down. Safety hasn't really been identified as a real problem here. If safety was such a concern, why did the city remove the stop sign that was at the entrance or exit out of Durham Farms on Drakes Creek Road in 2019 or 2020? Stop signs are great for slowing people down. How about we put that stop sign back? Since we're told no road projects are going to take place in conjunction with this roundabout, it appears the taxpayer money, even those COVID funds are taxpayer money since there's no real free money from the government, that it's being spent on a very expensive, massive roundabout. And the only thing that will happen is we'll trade sitting at a stop sign on Anderson Road for sitting on a roundabout. Roundabouts supposedly help with the flow of traffic, and that sounds great, but there's nowhere for the flow to go when the traffic is backed up all the way from the school down to Drakes Creek Road. We've been given an offer from the city for the purchase of some of our property they need for construction of the roundabout and for a construction easement, which according to the stakes that were put in our yard, come way too close to our home. There is no actual end date on the offer. We've been told that they could have workers and construction equipment on our property for 3 years. Sounds like a good time, doesn't it? We also lose the use of our front yard for an undetermined amount of time. There is no money offered at all for the inconvenience of this mess. And once again, the city has offered no money for damages, the devaluation of our home due to a roundabout being put in our front yard. We've asked several realtors, mortgage brokers, and real estate attorneys about the devaluation, and we're told that yes, it's absolutely true there will be a drop in the value of our home and property. It's actually hard to pinpoint how much that will be since there are no real comps for this. The best guesses have been between $50,000 and $200,000. We would only know the exact numbers when we go to sell our home. The same goes for Mrs. O'Leah and Miss Steen. I'm sorry, but we cannot withstand that kind of hit on the investment we have in our home. At this point, we have no choice but to continue to fight this project. We, county citizens, did not create this mess and should not bear the brunt of the city's mistakes in not planning for growth they so readily allowed. Our homes will be devalued and the city refuses to make it right for the
Kara,
property
20
owners.
seconds.
Yes, the city tells us privately they should have taken care of this, but here we are. Now the city just wants to condemn our property and cover up their mistakes with a big project that really won't solve the real problem, traffic. And by the way, the statute in Tennessee regarding eminent domain allows for fair compensation and for the property.
Kara, thank you. Next, we have Phil Ollier of Countryside Drive.
So, my name is Phil Olea, and I live at 101 Countryside Drive in the great Sumner County. So when this project first came alive as a thing that needed to happen was in 2005. That's 20 years ago. Now what's funny is the fact that when this came to light, the developer was able to put the utility boxes on the corner he chose to. It's funny, all the utilities for Durham Farms would come from across the street. They come from our side of the street. But he got to choose his side of the street and chose right up in front. Therefore, no easement could ever be taken upon him. Smart developer. Now, the mayor was just talking about there's no data for safety. And in front of you, in front of you, I did provide analysis of traffic safety for the past 5 years. So that's right there is your proof. There isn't any need for this. On the past 3 years, it would be a 99% no accidents on every single vehicle that goes by. Now, I'm a nerd, so everything that happens, I know about. I do have cameras, and for some reason, the UFI cameras actually do work at nighttime. I thought it was a gimmick, but it actually works. So I see, and I do have cameras pointed right at the intersection, so I see everything. And if there's ever any kind of a, accelerated, speed, we'll say a car burning rubber, my day, sorry. It's coming out of Durham Farms. It's like, I think they're tired of the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and they get to have some fun. Or they go around Anderson, and they have fun by burning their tires off. Can't imagine what a nice big giant roundabout that you can turn a 747 in and have 24 feet left over is going to do for them. I know as a kid, no lying about it, I would use it as a fun toy because what's going to stop me? I guess you got so much lane width that it's just ridiculous how big the thing is. To our point that I'm trying to look at is there's the data that doesn't say anything. We have North Drakes Creek Road at 24 feet. So going into Durham Farms, 24.1 feet wide. That's a good sized road. It does have curbs and gutters and sidewalks and such. Right next to it, our street, countryside, 18.4 feet. Guess what? We have the same exact lane going in, the same exact lane splitters as all 5 intersections do. How is that even possible? I did go to roundabout engineering companies that do just that. Not people who do roundabouts and stick them in phase 3 drawing of Durham Farms. I mean, that's pretty funny that the ARPA funds that you guys are seeking uses the Durham Farms drawings. It says right on there, Durham Farms. So what I provided is actual page from the ARPA funds that says Durham Farms Phase 3. I didn't know I was in Durham Farms Phase 3. And you have to wonder, when this winter crossed, who in the heck would think, hell, they're not going to mind taking all that property. It's okay. So we do care. But the biggest part is 136 ICD roundabout would fit within the easements of our property. We wouldn't have anything to say about it.
Phil, 30 seconds.
But they have to have this 160 with these big giant openings and big giant cement splitters. Our house is already in the flood zone. We are in AE flood zone. We are going to sink. No one's going to tell you otherwise because we've already sank once. That house should not have been built there, but it was. So that's just what I'm trying to say is like, look at the actual pictures. So thank you, guys.
Phil, thank you. Donna DeSopa, Chambliss Court.
I'm Dana DeSopa, 101 Chambliss Court. I live in the city of Hendersonville. The city of Hendersonville that I hope becomes and stays and remains a city that I feel could be a beacon, and a beacon of freedom, especially. I want to say to the audience here, I'm so impressed, and I love you guys, because we are the citizenry, and we've done a lot of research, have we not? We're coming before this board because we are to instruct you. That's our job. This is our job in accordance to our Tennessee State Constitution and the Constitution of this beautiful republic we live in. I know some of you personally, and I love you all. I can love you all, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy that today I have to hear eminent domain uttered and written in an ordinance. It's unconscionable. It's not right. Many of you, I think, should know that, because if the government came to your door and said, I'm the government, I'm here to take your land without your consent, what country would we be living in? And what is insult to injury is that I feel like I'm living in the upside down when I hear this has been going on for a year and a half. This has been really vetted. No, it hasn't. I'm an ordinary citizen, and I asked the first question, was there a traffic study, to the Port County Commissioners? Many of them didn't even have access to information. And I think many of you still don't. In fact, I said stuff in the last meeting, critical safety data that, our chairman wanted from me. You have not done your homework. I hear someone great here, expedience over the truth. The truth here is expedience. And when you do expedience, you do wrong things. You don't do proper protocol. Our Public Works Department should have had this project from day one and vetted thoroughly through this department. I love you, Mark Skidmore. Sorry, I wanted to say that. I don't know if it's a violation of the rule, but I want to say that. Because our Public Works is the backbone of this city, and he does things according to protocol. This was pulled into another committee. That is a fact. There was no interfacing to do a traffic study. Data matter. Because you cannot say best and only solution. You have no proof. You have no evidence to support your claims. And then to add insult to injury, I'm seeing eminent domain. It's wrong. We should not even be having this for a discussion tonight. It should have been pulled immediately. It shouldn't even be here. You're way, way away from all that. And there are other solutions. And when I hear best, prove it. When I hear due diligence, prove it. I have sent emails. I've asked questions. Who at the state level has told you not to do a traffic study? I want to know the names of the people at state level who have been orchestrating all this. The county commissioners rejected it. And that's a larger governing body than here. You cannot kick the can to one to try to kind of make it, it's their problem. You cannot have the sins of previous boards that did overdensity, too much traffic. Your own crash data does not support anything about safety. These are facts. In fact, one of your crash study data, it involves a current roundabout. Because I ask questions. Some of you don't know what questions to ask, but I do because I'm a data gal. I could not bring a drug to market without 3 clinical trials to support a single claim. But to even have the audacity to come and take these citizens' land, it breaks my soul. It breaks my soul. I would never want someone to do that to me, ever. And none of you will want it done to you for a shiny new thing that doesn't solve a problem. You don't have the evidence to support that it even solves the problems. We, the people, have done a lot of homework too. We're telling you that you haven't done your due diligence. You're doing fluffnick. I call it fluffnick. It's based on nothing. And then common sense. You are to reject this because you're not going to set a precedence of tyranny in this city that I chose to live in. I'm here 23 years and I've seen terrible things happen. And I count on all of you that I know personally to reject this. You are not to take these people's land. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Next we have Bishop Boyd. I'm not sure if you signed up to speak about something or if you just signed up just to say hi. If you want to tell us a little bit about your church, now's the time if you'd like to.
Thank you, and to the mayor and all the leadership here of Hendersonville this evening. I appreciate being permitted to come and to share in this meeting. This is my first time in this meeting. And I appreciate being able to hear all the deliberations and the concerns, and at least that there was a platform given for the community to be able to come together in this way. Obviously, there are pros and cons, but I understand that when you deal with people in a community, my prayer is that God would move within the midst of us with all the varied concerns and help us to come up with solutions that will benefit us as a whole. That's what I pray for. If we're left to ourselves, we end up with confusion, but the Bible says God is not the author of confusion, and he's called us to peace. I am the pastor of the Revealing Lives Church, and I just relocated here, not a new pastor. but our church relocated after 43 years in East Nashville, Lichey Avenue, and the name of my church is Rebuilding Lives Church. And our goal is just to do that, to help rebuild lives that need rebuilding, repairing, restoration. And we're not doing that by might nor by power, as the scripture says, but by the Spirit of the living God. So I want to say to the mayor, to all the leadership of the community of Hendersonville, to all of the neighboring men and women of the community, I'm proud to be here. I didn't come to Hendersonville to hurt Hendersonville, but I came to be a help to Hendersonville, and just want you to know that we are here to serve. We're not here to make a name for ourselves. We are here to bring glory and honor to the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And we want your families, we want the neighborhood to be able to benefit and to prosper. And most of all, we desire that God be glorified out of the Hendersonville community. We're located at 403 Walton Ferry Road. So we're very near here, and I want to say very clearly here in this meeting that we're not here to establish a black church. We are here to just establish the church of the living God in this community, because the church of the Lord Jesus Christ is not a black church, it's not a white church, it's not a Hispanic church, it's not a red church, not a yellow church. For the Lord says through the Apostle Paul, that if any man, it's not whether he's a black man or white man or red man, he said if any man be in Christ, he's a new creature, old things are passed away, and all things become new. So I thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself and our church. That was my wife that was with me. We're proud to be here, and we look forward to God doing great things. We want to help bring forth hope, joy, peace, and the blessing of God in this community of Hendersonville.
Bishop Boyd, I usually don't ask our speakers a question. Do you have some event going on Sunday?
What is that?
Do you have an event going on Sunday around 4 o'clock?
Absolutely. We are actually, thank you, Mayor. We actually have our church dedication service at 4 o'clock. And absolutely, Mayor, and all of the city officials, you are thoroughly and cordially invited to come to be a part of that service. Is going to be an epic event, amen, and we're looking for a great and high time in the Lord. And all of Hendersonville, you all are invited to come and participate, because Rebuilding Lives Church is your church. If you want it to be that, we are your friends and your neighbors, and we just want the blessing of God to flow in each and every one of your lives. Thank you.
Bishop Boyd, thank you. Mrs. Boyd, you also signed up. Did she want to speak? Mrs. Boyd also signed up. Did she want to speak?
Well, I think she had to leave and get back
Okay.
to the house. We got some grandchildren.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. But she was glad to be here as well. She wanted to be here with us here in this meeting here tonight. So thank you again for you all even receiving us. The welcoming has been very great here in the community, and just want y'all to know we're glad to be here.
Thank you so
and
much.
here to be a help and to be a blessing.
Thank you so much. So next item on the agenda is we have an executive session. That is afforded to us through Tennessee state law. The 13 of us can meet and ask questions of our attorney. He can provide information. We will not be deliberating. We will come back here. Our deliberations have to be made in public. I wish I could give you an idea how long that would take, but it comes down to how many questions we have and how long our attorney talks. And so we'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, so we're back on. I appreciate y'all's patience. Next on our agenda, we just finished an executive session with our city attorney, and next on our agenda is ordinance and resolutions, and we changed the agenda that was initially in the packet. We are moving Resolution 2024-43, a resolution approving the next steps of the Drakes Creek Roundabout project located at the junction of Drakes Creek Road, Avant Lane, Countryside Drive, and Anderson Road in Hendersonville. We are moved that up to item number 1. I'll entertain a motion. So we have motion from Alderman Collins, a second from Alderman Robertson. Alderman Skidmore, a question came up earlier about this going to the Public Works Committee. Do you want to address that now, or what do you want? Okay, go ahead. There we
Okay,
go.
thank you. I can, Mayor. Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity because there's been a lot of information on this issue that is critical, and a lot of it's past history. I've received a lot of phone calls and some emails, and some of the emails I have not returned yet, and you know how bad I am about returning emails, but I'll get to you. It just takes me a while because I do get a lot of emails all throughout the city, and y'all just keep emailing and keep calling me because I enjoy speaking with you, and more importantly, I like to help you if I can and if it works out. So please feel free to call me at the house because I do care about the city of Hendersonville and the people. There was a lot of misinformation about Public Works, Mayor, and I do want to set the record straight for everybody, and not only the people that are here tonight, but as well as in the city, because there's a lot of people that can't make these meetings, and they do watch it on the YouTube or Channel 3 or whatever it is. And so this is, so to me, as chairman of Public Works, it's critical that we do get the record straight about it. This came before our committee back in 2020. This has been about 4 or 5 years ago. And we had an ordinance that came through, and you got to be key about this. I was a sponsor, so was Pat Campbell, God rest his soul. He was a very fine person. And, of course, my colleague from Ward 6, Mr. Eddie Roberson, was the committee as well. We had an appropriation for $650,000. But the thing about this ordinance, and you can get it, I've got a copy here if you need to get a copy of it. I'll make a copy for you, and I don't mind doing that. I know that some people have been having problems getting official copies, but I'm not going to let you wait around for two or three weeks. If you need it, I'll get it, and I'll get you a copy of this because I have it. But what this was this, it came up before our committee. Now, the appropriation of the $650,000 was not only, now this is critical, not only for the roundabout, but it was critical for the Long Hollow. All right, we've got a red light down there that's close to New Shackle and Long Hollow Pike down there that is there now, that the city was able to provide for it. And also the Long Hollow and Drakes Creek. I'm just reading it because I don't want to deviate and tell you something that's wrong. So it was for Durham Farms, the New Shackle at Drakes Creek intersection, and then money for the Long Hollow and Drakes Creek intersection. So it just wasn't for the roundabout. And the main, and I remember Pat Campbell and I discussed it, and we wanted to move on that, but we were very, very interested in getting for the people of Ward 6 the red light down there at New Shackle Island Road. That was like a back entrance into Ward 6. So we were more interested, and we really didn't go into detail about Durham Farms. It just because it was not on our It was not on our site of looking forward to it, because this happened almost 4 years ago. And so we really weren't even looking at it, but we were concerned. I'll always remember that, because I know my colleagues from Ward 6, I can remember us talking about it, was really seriously needing that approval from us to go to that red light there. Now, not only that, and I'm not going to discuss the ex parte discussions that I had with Pat Campbell and myself, because we talked a lot about, there were some other issues that we wanted to get to in Public Works that were for what now is all of Ward 1, but we had Ward 1, and if you recall, because this just happened, part of the peninsula was Ward 2. So we always worked together to try to get things done, and you will get that commitment from both Mark and myself for Ward 1 now. But Pat and I had a great relationship. He was really a good, fine alderman, and I respected him a great deal. And so we wanted to do that, and that was part of that committee. Now, we never did, we were sponsors of the ordinance because it was $650,000, so you need a sponsor. We never, and I want to emphasize this, we never said take this to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, because there's a system that works within the city of Hendersonville. It's a financial ordinance is what it is, or what it was. It was a financial one. So it has to go to finance. So we referred unanimously to the finance committee for approval, and then once finance gets through with it, then it comes to the Board of Aldermen. So we knew that the money was going to be spent in Ward 6, because that was the most important thing right there, because I remember we were working on that with the state of Tennessee. The mayor's office was, and my colleague from Ward 6, Mr. Roberson, was as well. And then, of course, we were trying to do our due diligence as the aldermen for 1 and 2 to do the right thing and get that red light up there, because we needed it. We really do. We really did at that time, and we got it, and it's there today. I'm very proud of that fact. I'm very proud of the Public Works Department and our committee, how well we respond to a lot of issues within the city. So I want to let people know, because I've heard a lot of things, but now we did not go into detail into discussion of the roundabout, and then also the details with the Drakes Creek intersection as well. We didn't go into a lot of detail with that, but there was knowledge that was being suggested, but we did not go into detail. We wanted to get that red light down there on New Shackle, and so we referred it to the finance, and then if I'm not mistaken, it went to finance and was passed, and then came to the Board of Aldermen. And so that's what that was. So when there was not I wish that there would have been an issue that we could have spoken about, because if most people know me as chairman of Public Works, or that I've been involved in Public Works for a long time, and Pat Campbell was the same way. We always request, we do, and I know you get tired of hearing me say this, but we do request a great deal amount of traffic studies within the city of Hendersonville, because we rely on the expertise of the traffic studies that are brought before Public Works. But it did start, the ordinance of the $600,000, $650,000 did start in Public Works. So I want to let people know the process that the city of Hendersonville goes through. And and in closing, Mayor, I'm the world's worst at, and I will be honest with you, I am the world's worst at wanting something done immediately and fast, because that's the way business works. And our government, and it's not at fault of any of the aldermen or the mayor's office or anybody, but we are slow as Christmas. And and it's always been a pet peeve of mine. And I can give you a great example, and I'll close with this. Alderman Bergdorf and I have an issue on Walton Ferry Road about the paving that down there by Imperial Boulevard. It's a nightmare for us. And why they can't get out there and just put a top coat or something on there to get it, where people can go in wards 1 and 2 and all throughout the city, just to get that a little smooth and have a little better ride. I don't know why they can't. I could give you some political rhetoric. Well, people, it's like this. It's too cold to do it. We can't get the osmo. But you're not gonna hear that coming out of my mouth.
Again.
Yes, I'm just not gonna do that. Now, if it gets below in the 40s, you might hear me say it, but because that's truthful. They don't like to put paving down because on the roads because it does break up. It's and I've seen it happen. I mean, trust me, 30 years of this mess, it'll tell you sometimes of what happens, because I've demanded it, and then they did it, and guess what? After Christmas, by the 1st of February, it was all gone. So it does take that, but it's just a slow process, and this right here was the beginning of it, and then that was it. Now, Mayor, that's all I can really say for that. The issue tonight, and then I probably won't speak any more about it because I don't know of anything else that I have to say. But I know you guys aren't worried about that. You're worried about the Durham Farms Roundabout. And the only thing that I can say to you is, I believe it's a good project. I don't know of anybody that said that it's a bad one. I think there should have been a traffic study done, but you know what? My position is something real simple. When there's something that goes wrong, I don't look for blame or saying, well, so-and-so should have done this. Mark, you should have done that. Or maybe maybe we should have, as a city, do those kind of things. But I look at my job is to look where we can go from that point, and say, okay, what can we do to try to correct the matter? And finally, in closing, I think the issue is, to me, a political one. I don't think it has anything to do with the city, but it's property rights versus the good or the will of the government at that time, or wherever it is. And I do believe in that. And I am, I'm a conservative, and you all know that have watched all these board meetings for many, many years. Miss Skidmore was the same way. She was a diehard conservative too. And that's just the way that I was raised. And I think in property rights is a conservative issue that they've never, people that believe, that they genuinely believe in the Constitution of the United States, as well as being a conservative measure in voting, that is a diehard issue with us, so with people that believe like that. So I guess you shouldn't be mad or upset at the board, because they're trying to do, or we are as collectively are trying to do what we think is right for the city, what is benefit for the city. Mayor, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the ordinance, because there's been a lot of questioning on that. And if any board member has a question about the ordinance, I'll be glad to answer. And if you don't, again, I thank you for the opportunity to discuss it. Thanks.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you for that, and I appreciate your memory as well. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank all the speakers tonight for you all coming out about the roundabout and about Norman Creek. It's appreciated. We want to hear from you. That's why we're here. It was reminded to me that when we were in our executive session, that this ordinance really isn't about the project details. It's about moving forward with land. And I don't feel good about taking people's land. I don't. I just feel like it is overreach. I wish we could do something different, and I'm hoping that we can come up, there'll be a lot more deliberation after I speak tonight, but I wanted to get out there in front to let you know I don't feel good about it at all. I'd like to ask Ms. Sarah Locke to come to the podium. Oh, thank you so much. I just want a summary, and then I'm sure there's going to be a ton more questions, but tell us what the problem is, and is this roundabout going to solve that problem, and what data do we have to support that?
Sure. So the main problem out there is it's technically 2 intersections, but it's also a 5-leg offset intersection. It's been coined a couple different ways.
Sarah, can you hold on one second?
Sure.
Jason, if you have any of the images in the packet that could help with this, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So we have Avant, we have Countryside. Those line up across from one another. Then we have Anderson, which is offset. Then, of course, north and southbound Drakes Creek Road. Drakes Creek Road has very high volumes. Right now, it's estimated around 8,900 through TDOT count data. And that, of course, will continue to grow. As far as the history of how we got here, that was all through the planning process, probably well before most of us here. But for whatever reason, Drakes Creek Road running through Durham Farms was planned to be a major collector, almost arterial. So that's where we are. It is confusing for many users. It's one of the areas that we receive a lot of complaints about, especially for people on Anderson trying to get out. And then there is confusion, what you call miscuing, for people turning right on Countryside, heading northbound, taking a right. They have their right turn signal on. And so people on Anderson may incorrectly interpret them as taking a right there and move to take their left to head on to Drakes Creek Road. There have been collisions there based on that. So there's just a lot of conflicting movements there. Of course, there's not a ton of traffic coming off Countryside, but it ties into that intersection, so it must be considered. To answer your question as far as why we believe the roundabout would be the best solution there, there were other alternatives evaluated. Some of those originally involved closing Avant and then taking Countryside and bringing it over the stream to dump into Anderson. That was one of the alternatives. This board, can't remember exactly the time frame, I want to say maybe 2020, voted not to close Anderson and made it a park road. So that has remained open. One of the other alternatives was to take the traffic from Anderson and bridge it over the stream into Countryside. That is not preferred for a lot of reasons, some of them being the very high traffic volumes on Anderson, bringing them into a county road and a very low volume county road, so that was easily dismissed. Another alternative at this location would be to complete a traffic signal warrant study, which we did not go through completing because it's believed that that would significantly change the character of this area. So it was believed that the roundabout was a preferred option to preserve the character of the area more so than a traffic signal with lights flashing in people's windows, things like that, as well as additional delays that are associated with traffic signals. The roundabout, for a lot of those reasons, was identified to be what we thought the best solution that was presented to us. And then when it went through the design process, we more so felt that it was the best solution. Roundabouts are shown to significantly reduce conflict points. So at a 4-leg intersection, you have approximately 32 conflict points where you could have accidents. A roundabout reduces that for a 4-leg intersection to 8. So that's a 70% reduction. Of course, this is a 5-leg. As well as the pedestrian safety associated with those. I know there were some current concerns about the concrete islands leading into the roundabout, but those are very helpful for a few reasons. One, they are traffic calming because it does help to kind of funnel the traffic in, as well as they have pedestrian refuge islands within the island. So pedestrians can access around that very safely because they have a safe place that's protected where vehicles will not be traversing until it's safe to cross. And they are found to be traffic calming because of the circular configuration. They just naturally calm traffic. They're lower traveling speeds. And a single lane roundabout, according to data from multiple DOT agencies and FHWA, they provide significant safety improvements just aside from the conflict points. And they are able to, a single lane roundabout is said to accommodate up to 25,000 vehicles per day. So the capacity would be there for the traffic that we experience in this area and the additional growth.
So, thank you, Sarah. So, the roundabout that we just built off Indian Lake, in regard to that size of a roundabout versus what we're trying to do here, is this going to be a larger roundabout than that?
It is. It's approximately, I believe it was 40 feet larger.
And why is that?
Couple of reasons. One, I received, and this does not dictate the design, but I received a ton of complaints when the Saundersville roundabout was first constructed because there were concerns that it was not large enough for the truck traffic. And it was utilizing the apron that it was designed to have in the center, but there were concerns that maybe it shouldn't have to utilize the apron, all those things. That's just a side note. But the size is primarily dictated by the separation between Countryside and Anderson. Because they are so close, with the design guidance for roundabouts, it's appropriate to have a 90-degree access into the roundabout, and they're so close that you can't reasonably have that and provide the separation between them to have the pedestrian islands, as well as, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but there's a certain radius in between the right out to get into the roundabout and the right off of the roundabout. So for those trying to get off of Anderson, or I'm sorry, the confusion for those getting off of Anderson and those trying to get into Countryside, if it were smaller, that would be much closer together.
Sharper turn.
Yes, and there would be overlap between the two of them, and that is considered a safety issue.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Sue, you should probably stay nearby. Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Okay, I first have a question for our city attorney. We have heard concerns tonight from public comments that there have been requests made for the appraisals and any counter appraisals made. So could you address why we haven't provided that information?
Sure, be happy to. So the process is ongoing. Offers are still being made and are still open. Some are in the process of possibly being accepted or not. I know that there is a law, a state statute. It is TCA 10-7-504, subsections A6, that it states that state agency records containing opinions of value of real and personal property intended to be acquired for a public purpose shall not be open for public inspection until the acquisition thereof has been finalized. Taking that into consideration, though it doesn't state specifically applicable to municipalities, I thought it might be in the best interest of these property owners and the city, while the process is ongoing, to keep that information closed for public inspection until the process is over. I believe that, and I still believe that the attorney-client privilege and the attorney work product privilege, there are two different privileges, would apply for that. However, and I will say that I believe the only request that we've had, I think we've only had one request for that. But if the board authorizes me to make that open for public inspection, I am more than happy to do that.
Well, would you mind, you've got 3 parties here tonight, would you mind asking them if they would not object to sharing that information on the appraisals? Is that appropriate?
Let me interrupt. They have no obligation to answer that question.
I mean, I'd like for the information to be out,
You want
how much we've offered and how much they counter-proposed.
I would ask the property owners if they want to address that or not.
We've got 3 of them here. Well, we have 2 of them here and the son of one of the property owners. Okay, so Alderman Collins, you want to say that again, please?
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, without objection, we're going to suspend the rules. Y'all have no obligation, so.
I mean, there've been allegations that we've not been fair, we've not been open, you know, we've not been transparent. Well, let's have a little transparency if the parties, if the property owners will agree, I'd like to disclose the information.
And what they're agreeing to is they will tell us what their counteroffer was.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a matter of record, I believe, that we have that.
But
So I'd like to know the offers that we made, the appraisals, and any counter offers that were made.
Okay. What's our question for?
I believe that Mr. Lance needs to ask the parties if they would not object to us releasing that information tonight.
Including the counteroffer?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Well, there may be a number, I don't know how many counteroffers or offers there are, because we have I was involved a little bit in the process, a little bit with Mr. and Mrs. Kimbrough, and a couple of the others, just a little bit, but for the most part, prior to me even coming on board with the city, there were offers and I believe maybe acceptances. And then after any involvement I had, it's still, we have a independent contractor, I believe it's R&D is what it's called, that they log all the communications and they have the offers that they present. And so I don't know how many offers or how many counter offers that there are. We've also had 3 appraisals, and the last appraisal was done pursuant to the Federal Uniform Act and TDOT, but more specifically to the Federal Uniform Act, since there could be federal funds involved. And then that went to an independent reviewer. So we have a lot of appraisals and maybe a lot of communications, but
we've got one document though, don't we?
One document?
A document where one of the parties made a counteroffer?
I received a counteroffer, but I don't know how many counteroffers that exist from R&D. It could be 0, it could be 5 or 6, I'm not sure.
So why don't we, I think what we're asking is tell us what you know.
Well, I mean, what I said, that if you want to make all that, if you authorized me to make all that public, in this board, then I will make all that public.
So,
Well, I want to see if the property owners would object to us releasing that information.
So
I think Mr. Kimbrough wants to say something.
Okay, so hold on. We need you up here, and we're just asking you to answer this one question, okay?
What's that?
We need you up here at the microphone, and we're just asking you to answer this one question. We may come back to you with more. So, Alderman Robertson?
Yeah, the question, would you object to us providing the appraisals that we have offered for your property and the counteroffer or the letter with the counteroffer that you offered back to the city?
Wasn't allowed to speak freely before, so in the interest of being as transparent as the city of Hendersonville, that would be a no.
You don't want to release that information?
N-O. No.
Okay.
We have another property owner here, and we have the son of a property owner here.
Okay. Same question for each of you.
You have no obligation to answer it, but if you would like to.
We're just trying to be transparent here.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Ollier.
So I think The answer would be no.
Okay, thank
for
you.
us, just due to the fact that
Okay?
the city is not being transparent. See the trees on top?
Well, hold
the
on,
very
hold on,
top?
hold on. We're not talking
That
about
answers
trees.
the question.
This is a very simple question.
But I'm
We're
saying-
willing to release our information if
But
you're
you're not.
okay with that, about the appraisals. Very simple question. Are you okay with that?
No.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Mrs. Steen?
I don't feel comfortable disclosing it, but I do think it's important that the board should all be very informed on what was offered so they can see clearly what is happening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Alderman Robertson, back to you.
Okay, back to me. Mr. Ray,
Yes, sir.
we have, it's been discussed about damages, that this roundabout could devalue their property, and there was a discussion of damages, and I think it was even mentioned that it was mentioned in state law or something that has to be considered. Have we considered the possibility of damages, and have any of the appraisals, the professional appraisals that we've hired to do this, 3, matter of fact, addressed the issue of damages?
If we're talking about damages in regards to the fair market value after the project is there, I guess you could call it marketability is what I understand the comments that have been made refer to, then those appraisals, especially the last appraisal that is pursuant to the Uniform Act, it does take that into account, and it actually mentions, as stated, the remainder property will continue. It talks about, this is one specific one, but it does take into account what's left in a property's size, what's left in its shape, its accessibility, and its marketability, and whether or not that's been damaged due to the construction of the project. So the appraisal values that the opinions, according to especially the Uniform Act, has taken that into account. There's other incidental damages that could apply on a case-by-case basis. For example, if somebody's house or structure was having to be relocated or relocated on the property itself, or if there were personal items that were damaged, there's different types of damages relative to incidental damages. But as I understand it, it's just the marketability of the property after the project. So the appraisals do take that into account.
The appraisal did take that possibility into account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sarah, why wasn't a traffic study done in this situation? A traditional traffic study?
Typically a traffic study, a traffic impact study is a little bit different than a traffic study. So they've both been thrown around quite a bit. A traffic impact study is typically what's done before a development is approved to show what the existing conditions are, to project out what those added trips would be, and to determine what improvements would be needed to mitigate the impact of that development. So that would not be appropriate for this particular circumstance. So a full traffic study was not completed on the roundabout simply because of understanding of the existing condition and engineering analysis. So understanding of design parameters, understanding of how much traffic a single lane roundabout can accommodate. And through the design process, a lot of those elements are vetted, but there was no formal traffic study to say that a roundabout could accommodate the traffic here, because it was known that it could accommodate the traffic here. Now, and there's no warrant study for a roundabout, whereas for a traffic signal, that must be warranted. You go through a study, you collect the data, you compare to what MUTCD provides for the traffic warrant study. And that's not appropriate in this circumstance because we're not looking at a traffic signal, but a roundabout is considered in the MUTCD to be an appropriate alternative for a traffic signal. So it was preferred for this area.
So I know that the county is working with the city on fixing Old Drakes Creek and New Shackle Island. You're familiar with that project?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it's not in the city, but we're helping fund it with the county because it's needed for city and county residents. Was a traffic study done for that? Are you aware if a traffic study was done for that?
It was preliminarily for a traffic signal. We requested TDOT provide a traffic signal warrant analysis because that was the request, and that we thought that would be a good temporary measure until full improvements could be realized there. And they did do that, and they felt that because of the configuration of that T intersection, that it was not safe to install a traffic signal without the other improvements.
Okay.
So.
Options. Well, let's get back to the traffic study. And I'm sorry, Mayor, this is going
No,
to
you're
take
fine.
some time because I want to establish a record.
You're
here.
actually asking some of the questions I have, so I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
So, a traffic study, we did a traffic count. Is that correct? Did we do it, or did we pay somebody to do it?
We did not do a recent traffic count. We utilized TDOT's count data that they collect every year in this area.
And what was that traffic count?
8,900 for Drakes Creek Road.
Is that for a week or
Per
a month?
day.
Per day?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How many?
8,900.
8,900.
Yes, sir.
Went through that intersection. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, in our traffic study, we didn't do a forward-looking traffic study because we're not building anything to determine the impact, is the way I understand it. But we did hire an independent consultant, an engineering firm, and what did that engineering firm do for us at this intersection, what I call malfunction junction?
They provided the full environmental and transportation design, as well as the stormwater design, because there's a stream impacted as well. So they provided opinion that this would be a good solution for this area. They've opined that they believe it's the best solution for this area after reviewing other alternatives.
So they looked at a number of alternatives, correct?
They did.
Yeah, and when I have heart issues, I go to a cardiologist. If I have sinus issues, I go to my sinus doctor. When I have a traffic problem, I go to traffic engineers. And that's what we did. We went to the experts. And the experts have said this is the best solution currently and long-term for this dangerous, well, for this malfunction junction, this junction.
Yes, sir.
Of 5 roads, 5 traffic points. Now, when we were at the Highway Commission, the county, one county commissioner asked us to look at an option of moving this more toward Durham Farms, correct?
Yes.
And I believe we have as an exhibit that if you could pull up Exhibit E.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, that.
And walk us through
There you go.
what we're trying to do here. And it's a laudable request. Try to do this without getting anybody's property. I mean, I wish it could be done, but to me it looks so compact that was hard. But anyway, we did what the county commission asked us to do, or the highway commission, and explain what this is.
So that is the roundabout with the center shifted to the utility box area in front of Durham Farms. And some of the impacts of this, not even considering cost right now, would be what appears to be a more significant impact to the Olea property on the northeast side. Of course, the impact to the Kimbrough property is primarily mitigated there on the southeast side. The impact to the other property within the city on the southwest side would experience significantly more impact. And of course, there would be impacts to Durham Farms, which there are also impacts to Durham Farms entrance with this project. We are getting agreements from them as well. Additionally, part of the area that this alternative impacts is part of the area that we would be utilizing for cut. Because this project is contained within the floodplain area, it's very important that we don't cause a rise in stormwater through this area. And so one way you mitigate that is to cut out volume from other areas that are contained within the floodplain. And so that's an area that we would look to cut some of that material to balance this project.
And did we come up with a cost estimate of what this would be?
Yes.
Compared to what the original estimate, what the expert engineer suggested, the roundabout?
Yes, I believe this was estimated to be nearly an additional $3 million based on what's shown here. And a lot of that is roadway. The box culvert has to be longer through the stream. The impacts are greater, which means there are stream mitigation credits that must be purchased. Once you exceed a certain impact to jurisdictional water, you have to purchase credits if they're even available. But if they're available, they're very expensive. Additionally, I'll just also note that the separation between Countryside and Anderson approaches to this alternative does not meet the minimum design criteria. It's too close. That overlap that I was discussing earlier, that's something that we see with this option. And the further away it gets, the worse that gets.
Okay, so do we have a picture of the actual imprint of the proposed roundabout in this section, in this area? I think it's mapped, is it map 2 in our packet? Or where is that? I'd like to put that on the screen.
It might be. Alderman Robertson, is that?
Yeah, that looks like the one I see on.
That's a good one. There's another one as well on page 70.
Okay, so the first plan that we had, I remember seeing the stakes when they put them up, and they were right in their yard.
Yes.
There's no question, and I at that point I would have been concerned. I that because those stakes were close. But what did we do after that? We found that there was objections, and so what did we do? Did we shrink the roundabout?
It was a bit fortuitous. We actually had a property owner coordination meeting that night. That White House had staked their easements on top of our stakes, and that's where they were right up in the walkway of the Kimbrough's property. Yeah. They were very close to the house, and so at that meeting, we discussed alternatives, things that could be done. As a result of that, there were some easements that could be shrunk down in front of that property to reduce that impact and move everything further away from their house. The further our stuff got away, the further White House utility got away from their home. So we were able to improve that situation significantly.
So the red line, that's the city-county property line. So that's not any kind of easement or anything. That just shows the property, the boundary, city-county boundary, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Jason, can you go to the next image? I think it's a couple pages. I'm sorry, the next one. There we go.
Yeah. So,
does that help?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the impact. What is the little white thing around the I think I know what it is, but what is that, the little white thing around the roundabout? Is that sidewalks?
Yes, sir.
Can we eliminate those sidewalks? Is there any kind of ADA or any kind of requirement for those? Because as someone said, there's no one's going to walk on Drakes Creek Road. You know, there's no sidewalk, so that's kind of like a sidewalk to nowhere, isn't it?
So there was discussion about constructing the roundabout without the sidewalks, but having the grading in place in case of future growth, rather than running into having to regrade all of that later. But yes, there is no requirement to have sidewalks. The use of federal dollars does promote multimodal. It is a priority, but it's not, these particular funds are not dependent on providing sidewalks.
Alderman Robertson, I don't think our resolution can address that. However, I think that idea should go to the Capital Projects Committee and the Public Works Committee, and so happens that we have the two chairmen here that could consider that. I want to repeat a little bit what Sarah said, though, is that we could do the grading for it, and it could essentially continue to be those people's yards, but not actually install the sidewalks. Alderman Robertson, go ahead.
Okay. And I'm just about finished.
Alderman Robertson.
Eminent domain.
Okay.
Eminent domain.
Alderman Robertson, can you hold on 1 second? Jason, so I think it'd be helpful if you bring up the map with the pink shading and sort of go back between these two. Exhibit C. There we go. Okay. Alderman Robertson.
Yeah. Eminent domain, bad word. But our forefathers realized that there may be a time when it would come where the public interest outweighs private interest. But it must be done according to the U.S. Constitution, Clause 5 of the U.S. Constitution. In the 1930s, my wife's, and she's listening, I'm sure, my wife's maternal grandparents owned a farm between Dayton and Spring City, Tennessee. It was at Ray Springs. It's a beautiful, of course, according to all accounts, it was a beautiful river bottom land. The government came in the 30s, FDR was president, and said that there was a program called TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority. And they didn't want to sell their farm, but the government made the case to court. They took the case to court in Ray County, and they sold their land and moved. And today, where their land was is a lake, and it helps generate power to help produce a cheap electricity, clean electricity, to the Tennessee Valley. Now, that's a true story of eminent domain. Let me ask you, it's been said that eminent domain's never been used in Hendersonville, or words to that effect. Are you aware, let's say the Walton Ferry Old Shackle Island project, are you aware that there was any legal proceedings of eminent domain because of inability to get property for that project by the state?
It's my understanding that 14 of the 86 parcels resulted in legal proceedings.
Yeah. So the statement that it's never been done in Hendersonville, while it's not been done by the city of Hendersonville, I'm not aware of that. It has been done in the city of Hendersonville by TDOT. In fact, my research shows that if it hadn't been for eminent domain, 386 would have never been built, interstate, the Vietnam Veterans Bypass. And there's a lot of stories. Again, the framers of our Constitution were real adamant about that this is a power that government may need to serve the public interest, like TVA, like the interstate system of Eisenhower, like 386. But it only can be used when just compensation is provided. And so what I want to make sure, Mr. Ray, is that we have offered a fair and just compensation based on a valid appraisal. And if this board votes to move forward, if we go into court on this, a county judge, will be able to evaluate what the city has done, and the county judge may say, no, city, you didn't do it right. Or they may say, yes, you have done it right, you have followed the law, you have followed the Constitution, and award the city. So I just want to, guys, a lot of my friends are in this room that take the other side. And eminent domain is not a good thing. But sometimes it is necessary. I believe that we have done everything we can to try to negotiate in good faith with the landowners. We have given them, of the 3 appraisals, we have given them the highest appraisal that was produced. And we still can't come to an agreement. I'm sorry that we weren't able to come to an agreement, but in my view, this is the best solution. I know I'm probably going to drive some of my friends to never talk to me again.
Amen.
But Hendersonville, you know, we're just trying to. Everybody complains about traffic, but nobody wants to do anything about it. Well, we're trying to do something about it. It may not be agreeable to 3 or 4 property owners, but I think this will benefit thousands of people and future generations. So, Mayor, that's all I have to say.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Man. You through?
I've done all a mule can do.
I forgot what I wanted now. Sarah, you gave a figure of 8,900 traffic, but that wasn't a traffic study, was it?
That was traffic data that's collected by TDOT every year. They have stations all around the city, and they collect annual data, and they provide an ADT, which is an annual daily traffic.
It was not a traffic study, right?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know, does he know that 8,900 is strictly from Drake's Creek?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Wow. Is that why we didn't close Avant Lane several years ago?
It was my understanding, I may defer to some people who were on the board at that time, but it is my understanding that some of the people that lived, the people lived on Avant wanted Avant closed. People that lived on Drakes Creek Road or close to Drakes Creek Road did not want it closed because they did want to have those traffic volumes split. So it wouldn't all be on Drakes Creek Road if Avant was closed.
Do you know how many calls I get just on Avant, people over there about the cars, the traffic, speed, but we never did anything about it for the last 2 or 3, 4 years, right? Now we've got sports activities over there, which is going to increase traffic. But the traffic study you referred to, are not a study, but it's strictly Drakes Creek Road. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I see at Exhibit E again? E. E.
He's getting it. Yeah, he's getting it.
Is he awake?
He. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Okay. I saw that a while ago. What's the round yellow circle there? Is that where the roundabout was going to be at one time? Or was that the first thought? I'm confused.
The round yellow circle is the curb line for the alternative location of the roundabout that Sumner County requested that we evaluate. So they wanted to see the roundabout centered around the utility boxes in front of Durham Farms. So the yellow circle is just the curb line of the internal diameter.
Mr. Waters, can I add an explanation for that?
Pardon me?
Do you mind if I add an explanation for that?
Just a minute, please. Drakes Creek Road, you've already established the volume of traffic. It beats Avant Lane, which is hard for me to believe, and it beats coming out of Durham Farms, right?
Durham Farms is on Drakes Creek Road, so that would be interpolated to include Durham Farms on Drakes Creek Road. I don't have current count data for Anderson to provide, but
Show me exactly what screen I need to look at that the people's property is going to be affected.
It's probably the pink shaded screen, the pink shaded design. There we go.
Where's it at?
So everything that is in pink.
Oh, pink.
Is currently.
Everything in pink.
Is currently private property that the city seeks to own in order to complete.
Okay,
the traffic circle.
okay. Mr. Kimbrough, where do you live?
So Jason's sort of circling it. Lot number 5, you can see Jason's cursor, might be JP, circling lot number 5, and he's pointing at his house right now.
And is the pink, is that what we're gonna?
That's the part of his lot that we need to acquire. Sorry, sir, am I okay?
The whole front yard, right? I've got second thoughts about this. I yield back. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Waters. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. When citizens ask, or citizens have been asked what the #1 issue in Hendersonville is, what do we all get?
Traffic.
Traffic.
Easily.
Our city has grown considerably, which has a number of challenges, mainly getting people where they are going safely. However, my belief is that we are putting our focus in the wrong place for alleviating these traffic concerns. This roundabout, first of all, I mean, the cost of this roundabout is incredibly prohibitive. I know we are getting a grant from ARPA for this, which is contingent on the project being completed by a certain time. If we don't complete, now correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Mayor. If we don't complete the project in time, we lose 100% of those funds. Is that right?
I'll have Sarah explain that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say that we do foresee the possibility of an extension, but Sarah can explain as it stands right now.
so the ARPA funds would comprise approximately 65% of the total construction cost of the project as it was last estimated. Everything else would be paid for out of developer contribution fees from Durham Farms and other developments that contribute to this area, such as Fountain Brook, Norman Creek, any of those other areas where we've taken developer fees, those would be applied to this project as well. And then there is a minimal portion that's paid out of the stormwater utility due
But
to
as of right now, if nothing else changes, we could lose those funds if we don't complete it in time, is that right? From ARPA?
There are a couple of options. So if they do not provide an extension, which we're not counting on, but if they do not provide an extension, there could be an option to phase the construction project in such a way to complete a phase or 2 phases within that time frame to be reimbursed for those phases of the project. So may not lose all of the funds.
I'm sorry, say that again for me. I'm confused.
Sure. So currently, we're showing this as just one big construction project, but sort of like a subdivision development where it's built in phases. They build one section and then they build another section. We could potentially have an option to break up the construction of this project into smaller phases that we can show complete by that deadline to be able to utilize the majority of the funds, hopefully, but that's not a guarantee either.
Okay.
But to answer your question, if none of those are options and it's not complete by the deadline, then yes, we could lose those funds.
Okay, and when is that deadline?
September of 2026.
So we have just under 2 years to complete this, and that includes the land acquisition, any potential issues we have with that.
Yes.
That's not long.
No.
So this potentially could cost, because if we pass this resolution, we are guaranteeing that we're going to build this roundabout. we're promising to White House Utility District that we're going to build this roundabout, so then they can spend their money to relocate the utilities in this area.
Alderman
this-
Sassy, can you hold on one second?
Sure.
We've sort of put up for the past few minutes some conversations going on in the back. That's got to stop. Go ahead.
So, in this one vote, this is it. This is going to determine what's going to happen at this intersection. But what we haven't really discussed is doing nothing at all. I understand that there's a lot of traffic coming through here, but maybe we just need to pump the brakes on this, reevaluate later down the line. It's a very contentious issue, and we don't have the backing of the county. We don't have the backing of the neighbors or the citizens who this land is being taken from. You know, I wrote this whole thing up. I'm totally going off the rails with it. I'm not even reading this. But the one thing that really concerns me is that we are not, I understand we have the authority to do this, but I'm a big believer in property owner rights, and that property owners have the right to purchase the property they want and to do with that property as they want, and that the government should not get in the way of that. We're the government, and we're here to help. That's an old Ronald Reagan quote, for those who didn't know. And I can't support this. I mean, I talked to a lot of citizens. I just ran a campaign where I narrowly won. And a lot of the citizens I spoke to were concerned about government overreach. And most of them were talking about federal. Well, now we're in a situation where we're seeing government overreach at the local level, in my opinion. Now, the rest of this board may disagree with me, but as it stands right now, I don't see how eminent domain, the potential use of eminent domain, supersedes the rights of the property. I don't see how that's the greater good here. Because eminent domain should only be used if it's the greater good. 386, hallelujah, we have 386. We can get from point A to B in 20 minutes instead of 2 hours, right? That's great. You know, we use eminent domain for sidewalks, for utilities, for a number of different things that are needed. I don't see this as a need, board. And I don't see this as executing the greater good for our citizens. I mean, we're right on the county line there, too. I understand we have a big neighborhood just north of there, Durham Farms, but the majority of Hendersonville isn't going to be using this. Majority of the citizens aren't going to be using this. So I hope you hear me. I hope you hear my heart, board. I can't do this regardless of if they're in the city or they're in the county, they're still citizens, and there are neighbors, and I just can't support this. Thank you.
Alderman Sassy, thank you. Alderman Martin, Alderman Bergdorf, I know y'all were next. I meant to speak after Alderman Robertson, and sort of let some other folks. So a couple of things I want to say. I know we've talked a little bit about county permission. We don't know if the county gave us permission. They wouldn't even put us on the agenda. I truly believe that had they had their whole commission there, that this would have passed. And honestly, it needs to be said that we allowed people to speak at our meeting. The people, a dozen or more people that were in favor of this were not allowed to speak at the county commission meeting. It's very disappointing, and we don't know really where the county commission stands on this. It passed the highway commission unanimously initially. But then also to hear that we tried to sneak it on there. We asked for it to be on the agenda. We asked multiple times, and it wouldn't be placed on the agenda. So I guess the sneaking it on there was asking in public for it to be placed on the agenda. It doesn't sound like sneaking to me. That sounds very, very transparent. So we asked to be placed on the agenda. And it was disappointing that's the way it happened. There's also a question about the Capital Projects Committee taking this on as opposed to the Public Works Committee. We heard that information was incorrect, that the Public Works Committee did consider this. But the reason the Capital Projects Committee goes with it after that is because Alderman Robertson, our threshold is $250,000, is that correct? So when a project involves more than $250,000, the Capital Projects Committee takes the lead on that. That's why. And we're not doing anything different than we've ever done. That's just the way our ordinance is written, and that's the way that this was supposed to be treated. And that's the way we handled it. There was nothing underhanded at all. I also, some other things that were said about roundabouts. So there's a difference between roundabouts and traffic circles. So we heard earlier about how some state is closing roundabouts. It's not true. I went and looked this up. They're closing traffic circles. Traffic circles are not roundabouts. I understand the confusion too. I thought a traffic circle was a roundabout was a rotary. That's what I thought. The traffic circles have stop signs at them, not yield signs. So what you have is you pull up to the traffic circle. Traffic circles are much larger too. You should pull up to the traffic circle and there's a stop sign. So the reason that the state was getting rid of those was because the stop sign were causing accidents as other people pulled up to the stop sign. It wasn't actually causing accidents in the traffic circle. It was causing accidents leading up to it. And so the reason they eliminated those was because of those accidents. And you know what they did? They replaced them with roundabouts because that was safer. I think it needs to mention that when we talk about constituents, we talk about taxpayers, the price that we're allowed to offer, really what that is that's a protection of taxpayers. There are many examples of cities and counties decades ago that bought property for much more than it was worth. And it so happened that the people who were buying the property and selling the property might have been related. And that's the reason he has states put some of those protections in there. Is so you give them what the fair market value is, and you're allowed a little bit of negotiation space. But you can't give away taxpayer dollars. Now you can do it. You can buy something at a reasonable rate with a little bit more. 10% is what we've heard. But you can't go giving away taxpayer dollars. This is the way to protect taxpayer dollars. And when we talk about a property owner asking hundreds of thousands of dollars more than their property, Tamara, what does 1 penny get us on the tax rate?
For the property?
Yes, for our property tax. Hold on here. There we go.
About $250,000.
So if we go and pay somebody $250,000 more than what their property is, we've got to raise the tax rate a penny. That means that everybody in Hendersonville has to pay more because we gave too much money to somebody just to appease them. I'm not willing to do that. I'm willing to offer somebody what their property is worth and that additional 10% if we find out that's necessary. I'm not willing to give up the protections we have for our taxpayers. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm also very proud to stand up for our residents. We heard earlier, listen to our constituents. We actually didn't have many constituents speak to us tonight. And if any of y'all watched the county commission meetings, the highway transportation committee, if any of y'all have, well, all of y'all have seen the emails, our constituents want this. I would say that there are 1,000 houses just inside Hendersonville, our constituents that want this. I think most of the county constituents out there want it as well. So when we're told, listen to your constituents, to me, that's what I heard. I think it's also worthwhile to mention that there are probably 1,000 homes just right now that are our constituents. And it's not just Durham Farms. It's those subdivisions that are Ward 4, Ward 5 up Drakes Creek Road in Anderson. We've heard from those folks. Those folks are our constituents. And I get it that not everybody in Hendersonville is going to use this intersection on a regular basis. But probably 1,000 homes and more so coming. Now, Anybody can blame the city for allowing those houses. Absolutely, absolutely. I don't think many of us are up here, but you can sort of throw a label on the city, you shouldn't have done this. I sort of get that. But something the county commissioner said, and this is probably a year ago, and I thought, boy, that is perfect. He said that our job is local government officials to solve the most problems for the most people at the most feasible cost as quickly as possible, regardless of who caused the problem. I like that. I like that. If we want to sit up here and blame people and say, well, we're not going to fix this because they caused it, I mean, we're not doing our job. We're absolutely not doing our job, regardless of who caused the problem. It's our job to fix that. One of the other things that was said was about making constituents happy. And Alderman Sassy, I appreciate where you started at least, talking about traffic. That's the number one item that we hear people talk about. If we can make some of our constituents happy because traffic gets better right there, I mean, that's huge. And Sarah talked about how traffic has gotten better with the roundabout that we didn't build, but we just sort of commissioned and we just opened. Traffic has definitely gotten better there. In fact, she has a study that shows what the difference is with accidents 6 months before and then the first 6 months was over. Traffic has absolutely got better. So if you want to address traffic, as one of the speakers asked us to do, this is what we do. This is what we do. Gosh, my mouth is already dry, so I'm going to go to Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I have been reserved in my comments this evening, but I've enjoyed your passion plea. It was well thought out and well delivered, I might add. But it doesn't help to satisfy my mind in the fact that, and the question that still puzzles me. I'm sorry I wasn't in the capital projects to see the different different plans and different options. It seems like we went from 0 to Roundabout instead of trying a different combination of signage. I mean, I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just actually identifying a problem and trying to make the most feasible use of taxpayer dollars. You have a weird road, okay? You have lots of new traffic, and you have lots of new people. What are other traffic mitigation procedures and policies that have been presented and tried? And I've not heard anybody tell me any. So at this point, I'm not, number one, I'm not going to vote to exercise the potential of eminent domain. Number two, I don't see any proof that we've tried anything else that would be prudent upon our job as citizen servants to provide a different route. Maybe we can do one, maybe we can do something else, maybe we'll try something else, rather than go from, well, we have a little bit of a problem here, and let's do a roundabout. Let's do a $2 million roundabout, and let's spend ARPA money to do it. I understand ARPA money safety concerns, but there's lots of other ways you can spend roundabout money. You know what? I got wards in Ward 1, I got roads that need to be repaved. I got people that are getting flat tires because they're running into manhole covers on their roads. I want to stand up for my ward. I appreciate everybody else and all the new citizens that are coming into the city, but this is not the best approach that we need to do right now. I'm sorry. Again, I appreciate all the effort. I appreciate everyone who's come in here to speak, and I do hear you. But most of all, I hear $2 million, and then in the ordinance it says, what's the word? Irrespective, if we get the money, we're still going to spend it. If we don't meet the deadlines to get the ARPA money, we're still going to spend it. That's what it says in the ordinance. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Bergdorf. We have nobody else wishing to speak. Jason, you ready for us? Okay. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-43, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red. So it fails 5-7. Let me read those off. Voting against, Alderman Bergdorf, Skidmore, Sassy, Dixon, Goodwin, Garden, Waters. Those in favor, Alderman Peterson, Martin, Garza, Collins, and Robertson. We're now on to Resolution 2024-38. This is a resolution approving the Norman Creek Phase 3 Final Development Plan. So it's located at 0 Anderson Lane. So I need a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion from Alderman Sassy.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Peterson. Any discussion? Alderman Collins.
I would like to hear from from Director Free, response to the comments that were made during citizen comments, please.
Yes. Yeah, is any specific response?
Can you talk about the vesting of the 2006 plan and whether or not Phase 3 is valid?
Yes. And our city attorney might want to address this as well, but I can state that the area that we're calling Phase 3 that was approved as a part of the PDP back in 2006, that still is intact, and the entitlement is there for that portion of the development. Okay.
Okay, so do we have any legal grounds to deny this? Because it was originally meant to connect also to a county road, so that not all of the traffic would be coming in through Norman Way, which it is now. And the other thing, I think very clearly, it is completely reasonable that the people who live in Norman Creek thought this was the end of their subdivision. I mean, the HOA got turned over to them. Why would they think anything else? So are there any legal grounds to deny this? Can we fight it successfully at all?
I'll give that to the city attorney.
So you might need to ask that again.
What was the very last part?
Do we have any chance of successfully, if we denied this, do we have any chance of successfully defending that decision legally?
So, if I may ask Mr. Free a couple of questions. Do the subdivision regulations apply to this?
They will when the area is being subdivided. This portion that we're dealing with tonight, the final development plan, and then the original 2006 preliminary development plan, that's all rooted in the zoning ordinance and relates to the zoning ordinance. Eventually, it will relate to the subdivision regulations, but currently where it's at in that stage is in the zoning ordinance.
So my understanding is that what was the references made by the speakers were from the subdivision regulations, except with respect to vesting. But vesting is an issue that's kind of flipped in a situation like this. Vesting would be more if we were, for example, if we were trying to apply some building requirements or stormwater requirements that the city passed after a developer was vested, and the developer in some cases can say that they're vested and it doesn't apply to them. But this isn't the case here, as vesting is applied that I see it, where they're complying with our current those current requirements that vesting would apply to. So I'm not seeing how vesting would apply. I believe the subdivision regulations, as far as the extensions, may not apply to this either. So I believe the answer to the question is yes, it is defensible.
If we denied this, we could defend a denial.
Oh, if we denied it, I'm sorry. That's a different question. I believe that it may not be defensible because because those expirations don't apply as I see it, so they are by right able to do what it is that was submitted.
Thank you. I'm going to be on the wrong end of every vote tonight, and that's okay. I'm going to be obstinate, and even though I understand that it's not legally defensible and that they have the right to it, I just really feel like this neighborhood is getting the short end of the stick, and when your HOA turns over to you because it's 100% developed, you don't expect phase 3. And I think that's really a reasonable, like any reasonable person would have assumed there was not a phase 3 coming in. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because I frankly get a lot of complaints from people who are not reasonable, who have a stub out and didn't think it was going to be a street. I don't know what they thought the stub out was for. But this is reasonable, and I don't know if it's our fault because my head is just spinning with all of the conversations tonight and all of the different perspectives, and I don't know if it's our fault or somebody else's fault or the developer or whatever, but I know it's not your fault. And so I am potentially going to open us up to legal action by voting no, but I am going to vote no. Sorry.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Anybody else? Alderman Robertson.
I'm going to vote no because we can't handle any more traffic in this area, so I'm going to vote no based on earlier action that we've done. These roads can't handle any more traffic. These people come out on Anderson Road and try to turn left, taking their children to school, and they can't get out. They can't get out. So I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. Keith, or Mr. Free, can you tell me what the land is zoned?
The land is zoned SR1 plan development. So it's a plan development. So when you have a preliminary development plan, like the 2006 preliminary development plan, that's a rezoning plan development. So that zoning is SR1 PD.
Okay, so, I mean, the property owner has right to build on it anyways, is that right?
That's
I mean,
correct.
I just talked about property rights, right? Property owner rights. Made a big old speech, and we're back to it again here. So, this at any point could be built on with SR1 homes.
Well, it can only be built as a planned development. It can't be built just as SR1 because it's zoned SR1 planned development. So the limitations are within that planned development that's already been approved.
From 2006,
That's
right?
correct.
And does that have to be renewed every 2 years?
There are some renewal things, but the renewal things are as the city attorney was speaking to, it's kind of vesting. It's really to protect the landowner. And some of those timeframes of the planned development could expire, but it's not void. And the reason for the expiration that can occur is then the landowner or the city could do a revocation of that planned development. But basically, a revocation isn't just a flipping a switch. You'd have to go back through a rezoning to rezone that property.
So being SR1 planned development, it has a set expectation of how it's going to be developed.
That's correct.
And they're within those constraints?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Below them, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Sassy. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Free, is the developers here tonight?
I think there is somebody from the developer.
And who owns the property? Is it the Norman family or the HOA?
The Norman family. The first two sections, or the first sections that have already been developed that the folks live in this evening, those were developed, I believe, by Pulte. But the property to the rear isn't owned by Pulte.
Okay. So I had heard tonight, someone said that the property's owned, that the property reverted to the HOA, is that correct?
No. Yeah, that's Phase 1 and 2 is a part of the Norman Creek subdivision. This what we're calling Phase 3, just because it's a part of that original Norman Creek. We're calling it Norman Creek Phase 3, but the name of the neighborhood may be something completely different.
Okay. Mayor, can we hear from the developers tonight, or is,
So without objection, when asked to hear from the developers, y'all have no obligation to answer those questions, but we're just asking you to answer questions. We're not asking you to make a pitch or to give us more information than what we're asking. Alderman Peterson, go ahead.
how you doing?
Good evening. Ryan Lovelace, CSDG with the engineers and planners, and the builder developer Castle Rock is here.
Okay, thank you for being here. I think that there's questions that there was never a Phase 3 proposed, and now all of a sudden there is. And I was just wondering why. And also, I think, is there some issues with a road that's currently a cul-de-sac is going to be extended into this proposed Phase 3. Is that correct?
There's a road that we're extending. That was part of the original PUD, yes.
Okay. Was that part of the original plan to extend that road, or was that to be just stopped right there?
It was. There's a sign there today. It says to be extended in the future.
Okay. Was that proposed in Phase 1 or 2?
I do not know. That was a long time ago. And some of these questions are probably better for staff for some of the history.
Okay.
We're here for more of just what we're building and what we're planning on building here, which is less homes, bigger lots, bigger homes. So I'm here to answer any questions about what we're planning on building.
All right.
But I think staff would be better to answer some of these historical questions.
Okay. I'm just, heaven forbid, anybody up here siding with developers, by God. No, we're here to represent the citizens. And I just don't want, I think these citizens are kind of surprised by all of a sudden there's a Phase 3. And, you know, that's our job, to protect the residents. And so I just kind of wanted to see both sides of the story tonight before we vote on this resolution. So I appreciate you coming up and answering questions.
And if I may, we were here
Alderman
2 weeks
Peterson,
ago or
thank you.
3 weeks
Hold on
ago.
one second.
Okay.
Alderman Bergdorf.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Sir, I have no questions for you. I was
Okay.
going to ask for Mr. Free or, I believe Mr. Free. May I ask a question? Thank you, Mayor. The one question I did have is when this property was purchased and the, I know zoning, does zoning determine where roads go? And can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah, the planned development determines where the roads would go, and the road is extended through this we're calling Phase 3.
Sure.
Phase 3, the undeveloped portion.
Well, is there, I mean, we're just a board here, so what I'm trying to figure out is there any way that we can ask the builder to not build on that road and just do something else?
You'd have to ask the
Would that go
builder
to planning? Would that go to, what appropriate committee would that go to?
At this point,
To have that conversation?
At this point, if they didn't build on that road, then they don't have any access.
No access whatsoever then,
No.
otherwise?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, that was all. Thank you.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman Collins.
This is actually for you, Director Free. It's
I'll
it's
stay up
late
here.
and I'm tired, and even when I'm sharp as a tack, this whole Norman Creek and Norman Farm thing, I misspeak it all the time, and I think a lot of people do. Was this new Phase 3 originally part of Norman Farm?
Yes,
And so
2006.
in 2006, it was part of Norman
Right.
Farm, which was going to be confusing because Norman Farm is in the
The
county.
retreat at Norman Farm.
And then
yeah.
this portion would be in the city. And, but now we're saying it's Norman Creek Phase 3, whereas originally it was Norman Farm Phase whatever, yes?
No, in 2006, it was Norman Creek.
When was it Norman Farm?
That was the development, the retreat at Norman Farms. The retreat at Norman Farms, that was done just maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, and that's completely within the county, so that's not
It
within the
wasn't for
city.
this portion
No,
of the
it
land
has-
ever?
No, it had nothing
Okay.
to do with this.
I just needed
yeah.
that sorted in my mind. I think that the naming everything the exact same name and switching one, I mean, you know,
yeah.
in my ward, everything is Win something, or a
Right.
stone, or a mill, or a bridge.
Right.
And it's just multiplied the confusion for this.
We'll see.
Okay, I just wanted to get that straight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Garza.
Yes. This is in Ward 6 or Ward 5?
This is in Ward 5.
5.
Ward 5, okay.
I guess I made that sound wrong when I said everything in my ward. This is my ward.
Oops, I'm
And
sorry.
again, we're always using Norman now.
All right, so I don't know the ward that well, and Keith, you may. So if this gets built, will they be using the roads we just stopped earlier?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And the back way through Jones.
Alderman Garza, thank you. Alderman Collins, anything else?
No.
Okay. Anybody else? Jason, you ready for us? Okay. All those in favor, press the green button this is Resolution 2024-38. All those in favor, press the green button. All those opposed, press the red. So that fails 1 to 12. The person voting in favor of it is Alderman Sassy. The rest of us vote against it. We're on to Resolution 2024-40. This is a resolution accepting the dedication of completed streets in Savannah. If y'all want to go, that's okay. Phase 8, Section 2, Alderman Collins. Need a motion?
Sorry.
Okay. Alderman Garten, do you want to second that?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that, excuse me? All those in favor of Resolution 2024-40, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're on to Resolution 2024-41. This is a resolution establishing the High Performer Waste Collection Incentive Program. We have a motion from Alderman Robertson and a second from Alderman Waters. Any discussion on this? Alderman Goodwin.
Yes, I know everybody's tired. I'll be really quick. While I agree with this resolution in spirit, I'm not able to support this for several reasons. I have some real reservations about rewarding a vendor's employees that are doing a job that is part of their everyday job description. This company makes millions in profit, and I feel that they should be rewarding their own employees. We have city employees that go above and beyond daily in their own work. Our own Public Works Department goes above and beyond, especially after events such as tornadoes. And along with our parks employees, we have some in the city that saves lives, and I'm incredibly proud of everybody's quick actions on the part of their job, but they all do it without hesitation, and for all their actions, they're given a certificate and a handshake. They wouldn't expect anything else. We've had some that have saved the city money while doing their own landscaping, and were rightfully recognized by being given a certificate. And I'm afraid this would set a terrible precedent. And where do you draw the line with all of our outside vendors that do great work for the city and its residents? And for those reasons, I will be voting no.
Alderman Goodwin, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Alderman Goodwin couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you for that well-delivered rebuttal there, or whatever you want to call it. but not supported the ordinance. But the only way I would add anything into that is that if this, in the language it looks like it's just continuous, I would add in the language that it has to be reapproved every year to come before the board. That would be the only thing, but thank you, that's all I have.
Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question. This $4,000 for the high performer waste collection incentive program, where does that budget come from for that?
Probably the best thing is ask Sarah to answer that one. Thank you.
So originally, it was intended to be paid for out of the already budgeted efficiency funds. When it was discussed at Public Works Committee, there was a question as to whether it could be paid out of the tipping fees fund, and so that line item, and so it would be paid from either one of those.
So how much money is in that budget line item? I mean, is there funds available for this program?
There are. I'm sorry, I don't remember offhand what the available budget amount is, but there are available funds.
Several million is that line item. Am I right about that?
The tipping fees, yes, it's a couple million, then the collection, I think, is 3.5 million original, not remaining, but something like that.
Okay. I just, on a side note, garbage collections complaints are way down. So I thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree wholeheartedly with Alderman Goodwin. I think it's bad business for the municipality to get involved with an HR program as such with a third party. I do think it sets a bad precedence, so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Martin.
I just want to say I love this resolution, and I totally get the concept of, you know, not paying for a vendor's staff, but to me it's a little bit different because, you know, it's important to us. It's the number one complaint we get is traffic. The second complaint we get is trash. It's been real quiet on the trash front because there's been, you know, great work being done. But to me, instead of citizens going online and making complaints, this invites them to go on and say, you know what, the guys in my group are doing a good job. This gives them, the citizens, a chance to communicate. Hey, they did a great job. They got us through Christmas. I mean, I just love it. I'd like to add my name to it. I hope it passes.
Alderman Martin, thank you. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to throw this out there for this. So, you know, holidays come around, we always tip our trash guys. So if you're happy with your trash guys, tip your trash guys. They would really appreciate it. They're going to love it. Give them a little gift, you know, whatever, put it on top of your trash can. That's what we do. But we already spend so much money on trash, and we saw a huge increase in the cost of our trash service just this past year that I just can't support an additional expense on this. I don't think our citizens would like us spending money on this. They would rather have roads paved. They would rather have more police cars and more police and fire staff rather than us giving money to a vendor. I 100% agree with what Alderman Dixon and Alderman Goodwin said, so thank you.
Alderman Sassy, thank you. Without objection, we're going to add Alderman Martin's name as a sponsor, and I think we're ready to vote. Jason? All those in favor of Resolution 2024-41, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. So that fails 4-9. Those in favor are Alderman Skidmore, Peterson, and Martin, and myself. Those against, Alderman Bergdorf, Sassy, Garza, Dixon, Goodwin, Garten, Collins, Waters, and Robertson. We're now on to other agenda items, and the first item there is appointment or reappointment to beautiful Hendersonville. Mayor, I'm sorry, Alderman Peterson?
Thank you. Do we need to vote to go past 11 o'clock?
Just checked with our city attorney, and he said that the ordinance is 11:30, so
Oh, my.
that puts you on notice. So that might be a motion. I'll come to you in just a second, Alderman Martin. Okay, so I feel like we do need to vote for this one separate. This is the reappointment of Kathy Pascal to beautiful Hendersonville. We have a motion from Alderman Goodwin, a second from Alderman Garza. Alderman Peterson, do you want to speak on this?
I wish she was here because she is an incredible person, a volunteer and committed to this program, and she does an incredible job, and I appreciate everything that she does, and I wholeheartedly support her nomination. Thank you.
Alderman Peterson, thank you. All those in favor of reappointing Kathy Pascal to beautiful Hendersonville, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. I would want to do this one separate as well. This is the appointment of Sarah Fisher to the Arts Council. We have a motion from Alderman Garza, a second from Alderman Robertson. Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing Sarah Fisher to the Arts Council, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. I'll now entertain a motion that we group A, B, and C under item 7. That's Craig Garton being reappointed to the Disability Board. That's Brad McKenzie being reappointed to the Disability Board, and William Stiles being appointed to the Disability Board. So we have a motion from Alderman Goodwin and a second from Alderman Peterson to group these three. All those in favor of grouping them, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. So those are grouped. Now I need a motion that we approve them. We have a motion from Alderman Garden and a second from Alderman Bergdorf. You good? All those in favor of approving A, B, and C under item 7, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we have Facilities Naming Committee, which is the appointment of Julie White as the chairman, the appointment of Frank Napolitano as Ward 4, and the appointment of Pat Greeley as Ward 2. Do I have a motion to group these? We have a motion from Alderman Sassy and a second from Alderman Wanders to group these. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of grouping them, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Now I need a motion that we approve items A, B, and C under 8. That came from Alderman Sassy and a second from Alderman Garza. All those in favor of approving these three appointments, Julie White, Frank Napolitano, and Pat Greeley to the Facilities Naming Committee, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're on brief committee reports. Alderman Peterson, you have 28 minutes. Chairman Peterson, General Committee.
Yes, Mayor, General Committee met tonight, and we had several items and a full house, citizen comments, and if I may, Jason took notes for us. If he would give that report, I would appreciate that.
I'll do my best to keep this brief. We had 3 items on the General Committee. First one was what you spent a lot of time talking about, Resolution 2443, resolution approving the next steps on the Drakes Creek Roundabout project. That was moved forward with no recommendation. The next one was the reading of Ordinance 2421, an ordinance establishing a committee to be known as the Lakeshore Committee. So this is to create a committee for 1 year to address some of the items related to the lake. And the mayor talked about how there were 2 options, one to go to a nonprofit 501c3 idea, or to be part of, and if I got that wrong, please correct me, or to be part of the city. And that group chose to be a committee within the city. So that's where this is stemming from. He also opened it up to any suggestions. So that was that ordinance. And the last one was Resolution 2442, resolution amending the job classification list and pay table. This is a change of a position within Public Works. We had our design engineer retire, and so what we're looking at doing is creating essentially 2 levels, keeping the existing level as a design engineer 2, and then a lower level that doesn't require as much experience. We had great success with our assistant city engineer, so this would allow us to hire someone out of college to be able to potentially work in that role. And that's it for General Committee.
Alderman Skidmore, did you have a question for the chairman or his designee?
Yes, I did. The chairman.
Go ahead.
I know the hour is late, and I will keep this this question or this comment as close as possible. But I just want to express to Alderman Peterson over the years, since he's here, that I've really appreciated his candor, and that it's been an honor to serve with you, sir. And the Board of Aldermen got together along with me to present you with a present.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and you will probably enjoy this more than anybody.
Yeah, I will, thank you. I use them a lot.
He is I will say this, we hope you use those when you're watching TV and highlighting, because I'm gonna tell you, he is the highlightingest person that I've ever seen. And if it's, how many years you been here? 4 now? 4. It's 2 highlighters per year that you've got here. So I wish you the best. But seriously speaking, I want to say it has been thoroughly a joy, and I really have appreciated my friendship with you, and also your wife. I love you guys to death, and if there's anything that I can ever do, I'm a phone call away.
I appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Robertson, do you have a question for the chairman of the general committee or his designee?
No, I was going to request point of privilege, but I'll wait till after the committee reports.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Public safety, Chairman Goodwin.
We didn't have a meeting this month.
Thank you. Alderman Martin, Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, we met on Monday, November 4th. On the consent agenda, we had the Berry Hill Phase 2, Section 3 preliminary plat, the Cages site plan, Millstone Phase 6 final plat, Millstone Phase 7 Section 1 plat, Stonecrest Phase 5 Section 3, and a little on the Cages site plan. That's the batting cages that are proposed for 135 Walton Ferry Road. That was on the consent agenda. I thought about pulling it out so we could talk about it, but the short story is it met the zoning requirements, the amount of masonry on the front, the use, everything. It checked all the boxes, which means it was a by right application. So hopefully it'll turn out to be a nice project and everybody can use it. On the development plans we looked at, we talked about Willowbrook Phase 2 Comprehensive Development Plan that was brought forth by the owner, National Healthcare Corporation. They wanted to change the use from licensed assisted living units to unlicensed independent living units. That got obviously negative treatment from the Planning Commission. They asked for a waiver, and we allowed them to do that. They're going to bring it back in February, hopefully with a little better product for us to look at. Site plans, we heard from Walmart. They brought some renderings and elevations where they increased the blue. They had actually done that before. We told them no, and so we told them no again. They asked for a waiver, we denied it, so they won't be bringing it back anytime soon, I don't think. Staff level projects approved, Ivy Brook Academy fence, Jackson Townhomes Phase 2, and then the retreat at Indian Lake Mail Center, and then staff level projects pending, 1041 Avondale parking lot, the Broken Paddle Outfitters outbuilding, which hopefully we'll see some movement on that soon, and then the Cross Point Community Church exterior remodel, and then Noakes Addition, Stonecrest Phase 5, and then the TriStar Hendersonville Medical Center parking lot. And we heard the a resolution accepting the completed streets in Savannah Phase 8, which was approved. That's my report.
Alderman Martin, thank you. Now we're on to our Bowman report. Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to just take a moment to thank Mr. Waters and Mr. Peterson. It has been a privilege to serve alongside you guys. It is a service to the city. Most people don't understand what it takes and how hard it is to make these decisions until they sit up here. So thank you guys for your service. Hendersonville is a great place. My family and I moved here probably, it's in part to what this board has done. So thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll get on to the BOMO report. We're all going to kind of tag team this. The BOMO report is in your packet as far as sales tax and expenses. It's pretty much all good news there, so I'm not going to go into detail on that report, but you have the facts and figures in your packet. I want to have Keith come up and talk about the award that our planning department recently received.
Thank you, Jesse, and I'll just talk real quick. The city of Hendersonville, we received a award here this week for the 2024 Outstanding Plan Implementation for the Westlake Plan and for the Westlake at Hendersonville Future Land Use and Framework Plan. So that was something that the staff and the Planning Commission worked on, and the public had a lot of input on, and that ultimately was approved. And so, as well as some of the rezonings that were initiated because of that, and those were approved through the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So appreciate your efforts, and appreciate the staff's efforts in getting this award. So just wanted to share that. Thank you. Thank you, Jesse.
Keith and his team are awesome. You know, a lot of these issues are very contentious, and we couldn't have a calmer and cooler planning director than Keith, and the advisement he gives his staff just makes for a really good product. And then Tamara's going to talk about something they just recently received.
So for the first time in several years, the city of Hendersonville did receive the comptroller's certification for a good, financially sound budget. I was actually in a training last week with the comptroller, and they said 26% of municipalities actually received this award, so only about a quarter of the cities received this award. But basically, it's because of the efforts of all of BOMA, the mayor, Jesse, the department heads, myself, and my staff, all working together to come up with a balanced, a structurally balanced budget that allows us to have reserves, provides for some cash liquidity, and is based on reasonable estimates of our revenues and our expenditures. We finalize our budget and adopt it before the end of the prior fiscal year. It's submitted to the comptroller on time, results in us receiving this certification. So it's something we should all be proud of.
Cool. Thank you, Tamara. Again, Tamara, it's great to have you here. When the board was confirming Tamara, I don't know if you guys noticed, but her staff actually came to support her. And, nothing can be done in the city if checks aren't getting cut. We know instantly if checks aren't getting cut. We hear from vendors that that's not happening. So behind the scenes, the work that Tamara and her department do is very important. So thank you, Tamara. I don't think anyone from Parks is here, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to summarize all the awards that our parks recently received. So they got a 4-star award for Drakes Creek Soccer Park, the 4-star award for the Rising Tornado Relief Concert. Mr. Trevor Cole, who's doing a great job, was recognized as the 2024 Distinguished Young Professional. Dallas Long was named to the Board of Directors and Chairman of Ways and Means Committee, so he just added to his plate. Andy Gilley earned his certificate, Parks and Rec pin, and Wade Evans is served on the State Awards Committee, and is going to go on. So here's some pictures of the Drakes Creek Park Soccer Complex, some before and afters. I think on the right-hand side is the ribbon cutting too at the turf field, which has been a really great renovation that's happened there. That was the 4-star award for a renovated facility over $500,000. Here's some pictures of the Hendersonville Rising concert that Parks and Rec helped put on. And then I want to have Casey touch on the PIP fund and the updates that have happened there recently.
No awards here, but it is exciting. So we're finally seeing some traction in the PIP fund, and Tamara's been helping me with her team so that we're monthly able to update this. So this is just a screenshot of the website, but I encourage everybody to go take a look. Encourage your constituents to go take a look, share the word, that they can now see kind of how much money is coming in and where that money is going. So again, that's just a screenshot of the website, and we'll be continuing to update that monthly as that comes in. And then I also just want to plug, we've gotten a lot of great feedback, so I hope that you guys have too. This year, we were able to accomplish one of my goals, which I was excited to include an insert with the tax bill that kind of gives residents an overview of where their money's going and what it funds and what it does. And we have heard from a lot of residents that they really appreciate that, and we love that that's out there, and we're getting some more information. So if you get any other feedback, I'd love to hear it so we can improve upon it or make it even better next year.
Thank you, Casey.
And we can bestow an honorary PIO award on Miss Casey Lamar, I think, without objection. You're our honorary PIO award winner. If Casey talks about our team doing this, it's not really our team. It's the team of Casey and some help from Tamara. That's it. Some paving updates. Do you want to talk paving updates? I hadn't really told Sarah she was going to talk about it, but since everyone else has, you can go ahead and do this update.
So we saw a little bit of a break from our milling and paving operations, but they are back at it. They've been in Berrywood. They'll be paving Berrywood, Bledsoe, Eventide, and Sequoia Trail. This may end up being the last bit of paving that we see this season. The temperatures are starting to get a little variable, so we'll continue watching that, but they are committed to finishing these roads that they start before the end of season, and then we will restart again in the spring.
Well, thank you, sir. I feel like we should clap for you. There we go.
The paving map is pretty neat. The blue, I think, is the PIP fund. Is that right?
Yes.
So you can get on the interactive map, and everywhere the roads are paved blue, those are the funds that we're using from the PIP fund. So those are streets that we would not have been able to accomplish without the PIP fund. So that map is live and interactive on the website, and just really a great resource. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Jesse, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words because this is maybe the last regular session that Vice Mayor Waters will be attending. But I would like to make a personal expression of my appreciation for his service. He first started his service to this country at a time when the country needed him. He answered the call then, and he answered the call to the city when the city needed him. Vice Mayor Waters, it's been an honor to sit next to you. I've learned one thing from you is how important it is to follow up on constituent concerns and complaints. And I have nothing but high regards for you, and I hope the days ahead will bring you and Virginia good health. And rest assured that your service at the city is appreciated and appreciated by me as an individual. Ward 6. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Alderman Robertson. Alderman Waters, would you like to make a motion? Okay, Alderman Peterson, would you like to second that?
Second.
So we have a motion, a second to adjourn. We have 13 more minutes, so I'm going to take this to a vote now. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passed unanimously. Thank you all. Y'all have a good night.